I'm going to talk to the public here for just a moment. Hello, I want to welcome you to the technical review meetings for the Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account. I am Marguerite Austin with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office. State and local governments are requesting funds to acquire, develop, and/or restore public access sites within their communities that provide access to our aquatic lands. Today, I serve as moderator for a team of agency volunteers as well as citizen members who will be providing some constructive feedback to applicants and helping them to figure out how to prepare their grant proposals for evaluations later this fall. This will help us to get ready to submit a ranked list to the governor and the legislature will hopefully review and approve funding for these projects early next year. I just want to let you know that if you want to find more information about the project proposals that are being presented, feel free to visit our website at rco.wa.gov. Thank you very much for joining us. We are going to begin our project reviews. So Ted, I'm going to ask if you double click and check to make sure that you have control of the mouse.
Okay.
See, can you move your slide forward and then your arrows to move it backwards?
Yes.
And I have the clock is ready, so you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ted Morris, and I am the director of the Blaine Birch Bay Park and Recreation District. Thank you for this opportunity to present the California Creek Estuary Park Phase 2. We started this project to acquire, enhance, and protect 11.5 acres at the mouth of California Creek as it enters Drayton Harbor. We received a grant in 2019 for this project and have been working towards construction since. Our partner, the Whatcom Land Trust, purchased the adjacent 1 acre property, and we added it to project 18-1945. These properties should be transferred to the Park District by July 2020. Oops. The stunning property is strategically located from both an ecological and a regional recreation perspective. Another 12 acres surrounding the park was just purchased by the Land Trust and Park District, giving the district the opportunity to provide more freshwater and saltwater access. Due to acquisition costs, we have phased this project. Phase 1 will be permitting, engineering, and construction of an entrance road, parking lot, and bioswale. This grant is for Phase 2, which will be acquisition of 12 more acres and the final development of the kayak launch, restroom, septic system, interpretive kiosk, and trails. The project is located at the northwest corner of Whatcom County, about 15 miles north of Bellingham. Located between the communities of Birch Bay and Blaine, this property is along the route of our Bay to Bay Regional Trail and is close to I-5 for easy access to county residents and visitors. We feel this project meets the ALEA program goals as we are adding 12 new acres to a park unlike any in Whatcom County within 20 miles. This property will have both freshwater and saltwater access for kayaks and other small hand-launched craft, swimming, bird watching, picnicking, environmental education, and also function as a trailhead to access the Birch Bay to Blaine non-motorized trail. Future plans include installation of a floating small boat kayak launch and informational signage. The harbor side of the property will provide access for swimming and hardshell clamming. Improvements are low impact and compatible with existing physical features of the site. Less than 10% of the site will be developed. An interpretive kiosk will provide visitors with information on the importance of aquatic lands and their unique ecological role. The City of Blaine and Drayton Harbor currently has water access only at Semiahmoo Spit and Blaine's downtown public pier. This park will provide new opportunities for people to access aquatic resources for recreational and educational purposes and it'll create non-motorized boating and pedestrian-oriented water access. The park is designed to protect the natural features on the property. The surrounding area has limited opportunities for public aquatic access, but is a popular tourist destination. Existing public parks with access to Drayton Harbor are significantly smaller than the proposed site, and most provide only visual access. In our Park District Master Plan, we cite the community identified need for kayak launch into Drayton Harbor. In the City of Blaine's Shoreline Master Plan, securing public access to Drayton Harbor is a high priority. And the Puget Sound Action Agenda's Vital Signs for Healthy Human Population calls for the promotion and support for outdoor activities and the development of critical infrastructure to facilitate those activities. In addition to providing outdoor recreation opportunities, the county's Parks and Open Space Plan includes two relevant objectives, including preserve habitat sites, including saltwater shorelines of Drayton Harbor, and provide public access to environmentally sensitive areas and sites unique to Whatcom County, especially Drayton Harbor. This property is next to a coastal inlet, which provides sanctuary for juvenile salmon and forage fish. The Northwest Straits Habitat Evaluation Study classified the mouth of California Creek as a very high conservation potential for juvenile salmon habitat, and also very high restoration potential for juvenile salmon habitat. The need for the project is documented in many regional and local plans. The Waira 1 addresses two major priorities, water quality and fish habitat. The Salmonid Recovery Plan addresses bull trout and coho recovery. It also addresses vital signs for water quality, such as marine and freshwater quality, healthy human population, which refers to our shellfish beds for keeping clean, species for birds, Pacific herring, and protect and restore habitat or estuaries. The goal for estuaries is to restore 7,390 quality acres basin-wide, or 20% of total estimated restoration need. Whatcom County's Open Space Plan states acquire shoreline access, especially including sites on Drayton Harbor, develop a mixture of salt and freshwater non-motorized access opportunities, especially including additional sites on Drayton Harbor, and the community surveys show public water access is a critical need. The Blaine Birch Bay Park and Recreation Master Plan, community identified need for a kayak launch into Drayton Harbor, and the Blaine Shoreline Master Plan also states the need for public access to Drayton Harbor. And the Puget Sound Action Agenda addresses vital signs for healthy human population for outdoor activities. This property is in an area that is growing rapidly. Residential shoreline properties in Whatcom County are rarely available, particularly at an affordable price. This property will allow the district more flexibility with trails, water access, and serve as a buffer. Project site is at the nexus of two census tracts. Although the site is technically within a wealthier, wider, and less overweight tract, it is just across the bridge from a tract with a notably less wealthy, white, and more overweight population. It is reasonable to say that those in neighboring census tract, given the close proximity, would utilize the project site. In addition, those in the neighboring tract are more likely to utilize the site as they are less likely to have private water access, like those living along Semiahmoo Bay, which consists of several wealthy gated communities. The screenshot here shows the average BMI for adults aged 20 plus in the Birch Bay census tract. I apologize, this slide is the wrong one. We will change that. But the text is correct. Birch Bay is in the 60 to 80% range of BMI for Washington State and is higher than most other census tracts in Whatcom County. Birch Bay residents are among those most likely to be obese in Whatcom County, affecting 28 to 30% of the adult population. And that's from the community health impacts of the Birch Bay Shoreline Enhancement Project. From a public health standpoint, the need for additional outdoor recreation facilities to combat childhood obesity and improve mental health for local students is particularly acute in the Blaine Birch Bay area, illustrated by the 2016 Healthy Youth Survey, which showed that there were higher than statewide rates of suicide, ideation, and attempts, and depression among Blaine High School students. This project is easily accessible off Drayton Harbor Road. It will provide water access for canoe, kayak launch, swimming, and beach combing. The property is also strategically located as a midpoint on our new regional trail system, which will provide opportunities for biking, walking, and running between Birch Bay and Blaine. Our proposed site plan carefully balances recreational uses with protections for the natural features and resources at our site. Low impact development is concentrated in the 2 existing home sites. The rest of the property will have a loop interpretive trail with segments of boardwalk in the wetter parts of the forest and grasslands. The trail will be at the rear of the site, away from traffic and development. In our site plan, we've included an RV site by the restroom for a volunteer who will help to monitor and manage the park. The kiosk and waterfront trail will be ADA accessible. We will take into consideration the floodplain and global warming when siting the restroom and parking lot. We will have ample room to move the facilities away from the creek with the acquisition of the last property. This project will double the size of the California Creek Estuary Park. It also provides better access to our regional trail system that's had incredible investment and public support, along with adding trails inside the park and on surrounding land trust properties. The new property adds tidelands rich with hardshell clams and additional water access. And I wanted to point out, this is the 12 acres, this section right here, that surrounds the original 11.5 acres. So it adds tidelands out here and a lot of freshwater frontage as well. The site has easy access and is located near Birch Bay and Blaine with a population of around 13,000 that swells to 22,000 during the summertime. This is level site with much shoreline, has great opportunities for interpretation, and is located along our Bay to Bay Trail. These were private properties used as residences, currently used for fishing and bird watching. This site buffers the mouth of California Creek, and the vegetation filters stormwater from the surrounding fields. This property has excellent bird, animal, and fish habitat. All development will be taken into consideration possible flooding and sea level rise. The site will have more constant monitoring that will allow us to recognize issues and protect it better. The opportunities are incredible because of its location. There is no site within 20 miles that has parking, restrooms, kayak launch, and interpretive signage. The only site that is close is in Blaine Harbor, where the kayaks must compete with larger vessels. An excellent site for beginning kayakers learning the craft, since this launch will be buffered from the waves of Drayton Harbor. The site allows easy access to the harbor, even under the bridge at high tide. This property is in an area that is growing rapidly. Residential shoreline properties in Whatcom County are rarely available at an affordable price. This site is a rare find in the Birch Bay and Drayton Harbor watersheds. 24 acres of natural area at the mouth of a creek entering the Salish Sea just does not exist anymore up here. This property will allow the district more flexibility with trails, water access, and serve as a buffer. Property purchased for $230,000, $180,000 was from Whatcom Land Trust and $50,000 from Birch Bay Park and Rec District, with also a loan from the Conservation Fund to be paid off in 2023. Without additional funds for acquisition, Whatcom Land Trust must resell the property, which then could be used for residential housing. Securing grant funding will allow Whatcom Land Trust to pay off their loan, transfer to Birch Bay Park and Rec District, and pay for final park improvements. 50-50 split for remaining funds proposed between the ALEA and the WWRP water access grant programs. Award of either grant will pay off acquisition costs and pay for the final site development. This site provides environmental education and recreational access while preserving this site for future generations to use with very little development. It will give people an opportunity to experience and connect with their environment and become better connected to be stewards of these important areas. While this project will provide public recreational amenities, we believe it is going to have just a significant impact on natural resource protection and enhancement with the protection of 890 feet of shoreline habitat and restoration work on the shoreline and wetlands. Currently, we are trapping invasive European green crab at the site, and I believe Asian hornets will be working with the Whatcom Land Trust to trap Asian hornets next. We have initiated a discussion with Department of Natural Resources, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Whatcom County regarding the kayak launch, which will extend into state aquatic lands. The boat launch is floating, will adjust with the water level, and will not rest on the tidelands. The bridge next to the park will allow easy access for small craft, even at high tide. Work will be done on restoration of the shorelines and wetlands. Use will be controlled by the small 25-car parking lot. Our long-term plans for the site will be to operate a day-use park and protect and restore 90% of the property that is utilized by waterfowl, shorebirds, juvenile and adult salmon, and other priority fish species and shellfish. We have had substantial support for our project, including letters from Department of Fish and Wildlife, the City of Blaine, Whatcom County Planning and Development, and Whatcom County Parks Department, as well as the Whatcom Conservation District. We've already received restoration funding from the Rose Foundation and Whatcom Conservation District for the site, and a $10,000 grant from the Whatcom Community Foundation towards our interpretive kiosk. Our park district has had robust public support, and we recently had a 71% voter approval of our 6-year property tax levy. These are some of the project supporters. We have held many public meetings over the past years and had many articles regarding the proposed park in our local newspapers. And that finishes my presentation. Any questions?
I forgot to tell you, when you finish, let go of the mouse.
Oh, so do I click something, Marguerite, to let go of it?
No, I've got it now.
Okay, sorry.
That's not a problem. We'll start with Paul. And Paul, feel free. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Marguerite. A great project. I love it seems like a perfect fit. And I remember this one from earlier phases in years past. I just had some feedback that would help me focus more on the scoring, because I found myself trying to figure things out early on, and I was trying to piece it together in my head, and I found myself doing that instead of listening to you, which is hard. One thing, I think slide 18 was the first time that I fully understood how the property you're buying fits in with the larger picture. So I don't know if there's a way early on in the project to say, this is the property we're looking to buy and this is how it fits in. And then I wouldn't, by the time, we're 18 slides in, so it's, so I've spent that time kind of spinning my wheels in my head instead of listening to you. I think also too, some of the slides, it was hard to see the slide numbers depending on what was on there. Because at one point I had written a comment in add slide numbers, but then I saw it. The one in particular was slide 7, I think, Marguerite. Let's cruise back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. This slide to me was really, really busy. And I was trying to figure out, the whole time you were talking, I was trying to figure out where the project was. And how it fit. And I think it's right there along the bay. Like, I think I have it figured out, but if you could show where the project is, and then if there's a way to make it less busy somehow, and I'm not sure if there's like a different map where you can layer the parks in and, show them by color or something, that might be helpful. But at a minimum, just showing where the project is in this map would be helpful. And then on you were talking about the census tracts, and I thought it was a compelling way to show that. It would be helpful if you could show on a map where the 2 different census tracts were. I can't remember which slide number that was. I didn't write that down in my notes, but showing, if you could show on the map, you referenced 2 different census tracts and how they both are going to be serviced by this park. But if we could see visually while you were explaining it, that would help me understand that relationship a little bit better. So those are my comments, but overall, great project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, do you have some thoughts that you want to share?
Yeah, I do. Thanks. Very similar comments to Paul. So I think there must be some that kind of supports my thinking, but I would start off and say with a nice, that your I think it's slide 18 that has the nice ortho photo, something like that says, okay, here we are. This is the property. I also watched all the slides of the property and was like, okay, what are we going to buy? Where are we going to develop? All those things. And so my mind was not focused on what you were saying. My mind was trying to figure out where the project was. And so I was still lost as to where this is, what the project's going to do. And so you need to, if you give us that information right up front, then you've got us. You keep us attached to your discussion. Your pace was great. What you said was great, but I was still lost because I didn't have that focused understanding about, okay, here's what we're going to acquire. Here's where we're going to develop. These are the kinds of things we're going to, just like all together, give us that overview that's really, really clear. Here's what we're going to use the RCO money for. And you talk about a lot of things so that you're getting with other funding, which is absolutely fantastic, but it's hard then, of course, that can tend to water it down for us so that I still have to keep focused on, for scoring, what the RCO money is going to be used for. So just be careful with that. Organize it, I would suggest, reorganizing it so it's really, really clear right up front. And so that we're just, okay, yeah, we're on with you. You've got us. We're clear in understanding what the project is. And then you go through and talk about these other things. And then you've got me listening intently all the way through. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave.
Appreciate
Carrie?
that.
Hi there, this is Carrie. Very similar comments. I raised my hand right when Paul did as well, but I would concur, just a powerful upfront statement with that map showing us what it is. The couple other technical things, your budget that you showed, your costs in your slideshow don't match the costs in your grant application. So just make sure you sync those up. They're about $20,000 off on each of those items. So I found myself kind of trying to look at your budget on the application and then follow along in the slideshow. And then I just had questions about the feasibility of, this is it's a pretty large project and a pretty small budget. So I would just encourage you to go through that budget again and see if you need to add any wiggle room in your budget. It just seems like if you already have the acquisition cost negotiated, that's amazing, 12 acres for $250,000 or but I would certainly encourage you, especially if you're going to use WWRP water access for match as well, just look at both of those budgets and see if you need to put some more money aside for that. I didn't see any allowance for escalation at all, and this probably likely won't happen for 2 or 3 years. Just based on the legislature and the money. And so, I've done quite a bit of these projects, and the permitting, I think you had $1,000. You're trying to put a kayak float in, which is gonna take a lot of permitting in order to do that. So just an encouragement to take a close look at that and see if you wanna build anything else in. That's all I have, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Heather?
Yeah, so going into this, I thought I was going to have a good understanding before you started, because we do have a National Coastal Wetlands grant for the what I think is the phase 1 property that you have a ALEA grant for. But then I guess sort of like the others, I ended up being a little more confused on what was under phase 1 versus phase 2. It looks like phase 2 is a neighboring property for acquisition, but then all of the development occurs on the phase 1. It was just a little unclear. And in terms of where you mentioned maybe swimming and the restrooms, and I don't see those on your site plan. I'd be curious about where those are, because those may not be eligible on a property acquired with the National Coastal Wetlands funds. I know we've been having some side conversations with the land trust, but I guess just more clarification from the get-go about the property and where all of the development items would be and which property that would be on.
Thank you, Heather. Karen?
Great project. I love this project. I would suggest that you could make it even stronger if you have access or availability of a Washington Water Trails site. It doesn't take much to put in such a site, just a picnic table and a good flat place for a tent or two. And I think that would make it even stronger.
Thank you, Karen. Paul and Carrie, did you have something else that you wanted to add to your comments?
I think I forgot to lower my hand, so I'll do that now. But what I did have one more thing, and that was on the community support section. You talked about a donation and a vote, and to me, those are two things that are really important in that area. And I feel like you kind of glazed over the top of it. So a little more detail about that would probably help me score that at a pretty high level. So, anyways, I don't need to know that now, but for when you come back.
And Ted, I think that you need to make sure that your sponsor match reflects that. It says that you have about $8,000 worth of donated labor. So donated labor is labor that's coming from someone other than your own staff. And so it would be important to us, if you have donated labor, who's donating the labor? Do you have a letter of commitment from that organization? Is it labor or is it a grant? That needs to be clear. And it's nice to have support from these, but when it comes to actually giving points, that's part of that crucial, because typically you get more points if they not only support the project, they're also providing something to help with it implemented as well. Chris, you have a comment that you want to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and reiterate, I agree with what everyone else has said in terms of kind of laying out exactly what this project is going to accomplish and how all the pieces fit together. But I would also add that, it would be helpful to have a little more high resolution and detail on the development plan in terms of what you're actually going to build and showing that it would work on the site. This high level graphic we're looking at now, I think you could tell a more compelling story even with a second slide that zooms in on the things you're planning to build and providing some confidence that that it's feasible. And it would also help get to Carrie's comments about cost, kind of evaluating whether you've got an appropriate budget for the things you're attempting to do. So that's all I have in addition.
And then Ted, thank you, Chris. Ted, this slide is a good example of something that I'd like for you to consider modifying. The people that are evaluating, as they're going to be evaluating, some are using tablets or smaller computers. So they don't have a nice big screen like we typically do in a meeting room. And you have taken up more than, it's like 3/4 of your slide is white and text.
Okay.
Really need to be able to see the images. That's what this part is about. They will be listening to you, but if they can't figure out what's up on the screen, there's a lot of time that's going to be spent. And I noticed throughout your presentation, I was trying to see photos of the property itself, and you have these photos with a ton of text that's covering up what the site actually looks like. So I wanted to see more ground shots to be able to see the property and a lot less text. The other part is when you were addressing urgency, one of my questions, and you might have said it, but being able to visually see it, I was looking for how the area was zoned, what were the potential developments that could happen on that property. And so, people say an area is fast growing. I want to know what's growing, what's happening there, what's the threat to that property. And does it, is it suitable for home sites or commercial or what? And so I was looking for a little bit more information along those lines.
Okay.
And there was a question that one evaluator asked or advisor had made. See, like you have some great photos here, but they're pretty small. for site suitability, I would totally blow it up so people can see what and tell them you're looking at the property from the water view or from this angle or whatever, so they can really get a sense for what that project area is like.
Okay.
But one of the questions, and I couldn't answer the question for him because I'm not totally sure I understood the whole scope of work. But the question was about what the property that you're buying, is that property for protection purposes? And so they're raising the question because you focused on the public access part of it. And so we were trying to assess whether this is really predominantly public access or if it's a combination of protection and enhancement and public access. And so it's a conversation that you will probably have with your grants manager, but not totally. I personally didn't hear the full scope of work. And so that's one of the reasons why I couldn't answer that question right off. And that's one that we want to at least investigate. And he'll probably put a note to raise that question, but that's one thing that we want to make sure we've covered.
Okay.
By the way, this graphic has one color for the property that you currently owned and another color for the property that you're going to buy. It's hard to see those colors because they're so close together.
Yeah.
So not sure if you want to put like a dotted line or put something else, or I don't know if you have the ability to quickly change the colors. Red and green don't help for those who are colorblind, but you could do what you already own in white, or those two may have more of a contrast than the tan color.
Okay. We had a really good, clear picture from Whatcom County, but found out that we could not use it other than internally. And so
okay.
I had to go back. That other, I apologize. The other one is very fuzzy, and we'll clean this up. And I had thought about the, explaining the project in a slide right off the bat. And I should have done that to make it more clear. But
yeah, it'll be
good guidance.
Good. And yes, to start with, where you are located. So a location map to show where you are, and then to show specifically what this project is about. That will at least get everybody focused the right way. And then you can get into addressing the criteria. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it, and appreciate you being first out of the gate. Chris, did you have a follow-up question, or you just hadn't lowered your hand yet?
One other quick comment. I know we're short on time, but and I think this may have come up in your last application, but if you could address, you mentioned saltwater access in your presentation. However, there's the roadway between the parking area and restroom and then the saltwater shoreline there. If you could just kind of speak to how folks would access that. And then that also reminded me to mention, discuss how you're addressing ADA accessibility with the project from a broader perspective.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. And thank you, Ted. We look forward to seeing you back here in September.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take the mouse back. Now you can use the mouse for whatever you need to. And we're going to move to our next project proposal.
Thanks.
So TJ, are you online? Looks like you're connecting. And TJ, feel free to, oh, there you are. Hi. You're going to unmute yourself.
Help. Hello, hear me now?
That's a lot better. Thank you very much. How are you?
Thank you. Very, very good. As much as we can be in these strange times. How are you guys doing? That's the most important part. This is probably a weird way of doing these, or a new way, I guess I should say.
It is a new way, but so far it's been a good way to be doing it. We're just excited to see the project proposals and applicants getting in the door to get ready. So
Great.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I am going to turn the mouse over to you.
Okay.
Don't take it yet. I'm going to, Chris, do you want to lower your hand? I think I've got it. So your hand is lowered. I am going to turn my video off. And then I'm going to ask you if you will just double click the mouse and make sure you have control of it. See if you can go forward, move your slide backwards. Awesome. I have the trusty clock, so you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm TJ Davis. I'm the manager of the Community Partnerships. Thank you today for the opportunity to present to you our project to replace the deteriorating dock located on the Sammamish River in King County's Marymoor Park. We're here today to request funding to replace the 45-year-old dock on the Sammamish River in Marymoor Park. The Sammamish River dock was originally built in 1975 by the Overlake School Rowing Program. In 1995, the Sammamish Rowing Association was founded and moved into the old rundown boathouse and has been operating public rowing programs and the dock on behalf of the public users ever since. After 10 years of planning, community fundraising, and construction, the Sammamish Rowing Program was able to build a new boathouse at the site, which opened in 2016. The original 1975 dock that has served Marymoor Park for 45 years, however, still remains and is quickly approaching the end of its useful life. The project is located in Marymoor Park, which is in unincorporated King County, just south of the city of Redmond. The service area is twofold. The dock serves the 1,000 plus community rowers and the Sammamish Rowing Association. The rowers specifically come from the area highlighted here in red. The public dock also serves many of the residents in King County who want to access the Sammamish River and Lake Sammamish, including kayakers, stand-up paddleboarders, and other non-motorized water recreation boats. As mentioned, the project is located inside Marymoor Park. Marymoor Park is a 640-acre regional park that includes dozens of sports fields, a concert venue, large off-leash dog area, velodrome racing track, tennis facilities, picnic areas, community gardens, and many other amenities. Over 300 acres of the park is protected for passive uses and wildlife habitat areas. The habitat area includes the entire shoreline of the Sammamish River and Lake Sammamish, and is where this project is located. Specifically, as you can see here, the dock is located in this green circled area just downstream of the confluence of the Sammamish River and Lake Sammamish. The project includes removal of the existing 130-foot dock and construction of a new 200-foot dock and moorage floats. Pending final design and the regulatory matrix, this will include the replacement of old piers, the replacement and expansion of the deck surface, improvements to the dock transition area, and related improvements of the shoreline and dock itself. This is the current conditions. As you can see here, this is the existing dock. It's 130 feet long. There's a graded transition ramp here. And currently the moorage or the pilot boats for the mooring program just park on the shoreline, and all of the kayakers and stand-up paddleboarders and rowers all kind of crowd onto this dock to access the river. The current conditions, the dock has been patched over the years as we try to keep it alive and keep it floating. But as you can see here, the decking is starting to come up. The piers are deteriorating. There's rot and structural issues around the bumpers, both on top and underneath. And the floats themselves are starting to fail and the dock is no longer level. As soon as people, any number of people get on it, it starts to sink a fair amount. This project fits with the public goals for ALEA by providing access to water for recreation, both for the community rowing programs, which include programs for kids to seniors, as well as the public access for kayaking, canoeing, stand-up paddleboarding, and other non-motorized boats. This project will also preserve and enhance existing public access. As mentioned, this dock has been there for almost 50 years and is an integral part, of course, of the new boathouse, and is the only public dock access within 14 miles along the Sammamish River. You have to go to Kenmore before there's another dock accessing the river. It also provides non-motorized access that is compatible with the site. Since the dock has been there for so long, it has become an integral part of the site, and all the improvements and restoration efforts have been made to make sure the dock remain integrated with the site, especially as use of the dock has increased dramatically over the years. The dock replacement project also provides awareness of aquatic lands and provides ecological benefits. King County Parks currently partners with the East Side Audubon to build and maintain a 2-mile bird loop and habitat restoration area, which runs along the Sammamish River. Marymore Park is home to 200 observed species of birds, and the Bird Loop Trail has a series of interpretive signs describing the various habitat areas, including the shoreline habitat. The dock is critical for visitors to appropriately visit and observe the shoreline, while we continue to work with the Audubon to protect the rest of the shoreline on both sides of the river from erosion and inappropriate trail access. King County Parks will work with the Audubon to expand the interpretive program to include this side of the river, and the dock provides an excellent opportunity to provide additional interpretation on the history of the river, the Native American history, as well as, of course, the bird habitat. The need for public access is pretty straightforward. This is the only public dock for 14 miles of the Sammamish River, including the unincorporated area along the river, as well as through the cities of Redmond, Woodinville, and Bothell. There is another public dock 14 miles away when you reach the city of Kenmore. Losing this dock would be detrimental to the public's opportunity to access the Sammamish River in this area. The dock ensures safe public access to the water, especially for the rowers who have a lot of setup and preparation. The safety of all users trying to access the river would be severely jeopardized as the dock continues to deteriorate. The existing dock also has poor ADA access due to the transition area, uneven decking, failing floats, causing lateral slopes in the deck. Properly addressing ADA access in the new design will support and expand adaptive rowing, as well as provide safe shoreline viewing opportunities for people with disabilities. The site suitability for public access, as mentioned before, this is the historic water access site for non-motorized boats. It has parking and access that have been there for many years. The site has necessary facilities to support the use, including the new 12,000 square foot boathouse, which includes boat storage, restrooms, and all the associated facilities to support the rowing programs, as well as public users of the dock. The general area leading to the dock is large enough to support the dock use. It's about 36 acres and provides ample buffer to accommodate the number of users while still protecting the sensitive areas, including a network of managed wetlands that are throughout the site. The design will also address various shoreline and habitat concerns with the existing dock, including the dock surface area, its close proximity to the shoreline, and its impact on the river bottom. It actually sits on the river bottom during low river and lake levels. A little bit more on the project design. As you can see here, this is the new design concept. As you can see, it moves the dock out and extends it to 200 feet, which will also create a longer gangway. There will also be a series of floating moorages installed. Currently, the pilot boats for the rowing program are primarily parking along the shore and interacting with the dock too much, which is not safe for kayakers and stand-up paddleboarders and other folks. So creating a dedicated area for those boats will improve safety. And in general, it's still staying along this same alignment. However, as we will talk about in a minute, the dock is going to be moved further away from the shoreline. And this is primarily to address concerns with its proximity to the shoreline, impact on the upland areas. And of course, as I mentioned, when the river and the lake gets low enough, it actually sits on the river bottom. As we mentioned, the design will also address current ADA deficiencies and improve opportunities for adaptive rowers and people with disabilities who want to view the shoreline. The current dock is not level due to failing floats and not easily accessible due to the decking bowing and coming up in various areas. The new dock will use modern steel, aluminum, composite, and recycled materials. There's a lot of treated wood in the current design, which is not ideal. And the new materials will ensure a long life. We hope to get another 50 years out of the new dock. Sorry, my notes screen's not advancing here. There we go. The design considerably expands the length of the dock in order to handle existing and projected uses. In the afternoons, there are hundreds of kids in the junior rowing programs trying to access the dock at the same time as kayakers, stand-up paddleboarders, and canoeists. The length and improved features will allow the dock to better handle the existing capacity and provide for future growth. As mentioned, the design will include interpretive signs about the Sammamish River, the Native American history, and the shoreline habitat. As mentioned, King County Parks partners with the Eastside Audubon to create and manage a 2-mile-long bird loop and large habitat area in Merrimore Park, particularly along the Sammamish River. King County will partner with the Audubon to expand that interpretive program to this side of the river with new signage and educational opportunities for all dock users and visitors. The dock will continue to be maintained under a 30-year community partnership agreement with the Sammamish Rowing Association. They've been our operating partners at this site since 1995 and have been excellent stewards of the site on behalf of the public. The community support. The preponderance of community support for this project, again, comes from our amazing community partner, the Sammamish Rowing Association. SRA was founded in 1995 to protect the original boathouse and dock for public rowing and public water access on the Sammamish River. They provide most of the operations and maintenance in the area, and with the help of hundreds of volunteers every year, they help King County Parks protect and manage the wetlands and shoreline habitat areas surrounding the boathouse and the dock. SRA provides approachable, community-focused rowing for people of all ages and is the only public rowing program in all of East Side King County, covering over a dozen cities. Merrimore Park in general gets 3 million visitors a year and is by far King County's most popular, beloved park. At 640 acres, the park provides an amazing array of recreational opportunities while also providing over 300 acres of passive areas and protective wildlife habitat, including this critical water access area along the Sammamish River. King County Parks in general enjoys an incredible amount of community support from our voters. In 2019, King County voted to approve our parks levy by over 70%. A large portion of that support is due to the amazing partnerships we have throughout our park system, such as the partnership with the community rowers, the Audubon, and many other user groups and stewardship organizations at Marymore Park. Marymore Park and the Sammamish River access are constantly featured in local and national media. This has contributed to the incredible popularity of the dock and also its dramatic increase in use. Thank you for allowing us to present this dock replacement project. It's very important to King County Parks and our water access users. This project will allow us to preserve the nearly 50-year legacy of water access along the Sammamish River and continue to provide important recreation access and aquatic land awareness for decades to come. Thank you. And are there any questions?
Questions and comments from team members? We're going to start with Ethan.
Hi, TJ.
Hello.
Great presentation. Just a few notes in no particular order. Slide 9 had a couple small photos on it that were just hard to view in this new virtual format. I think you covered most of them in subsequent slides, but maybe just kind of make sure they're larger for viewers.
Okay.
And then you had one, you talked about the distance of this dock, this public dock being away 14 miles away from the next nearest one on the river of Sammamish and Kenmore. I'm wondering, does that, are there any closer public docks in the Sammamish Lake, or are they farther away as well? Maybe just clarify that.
Yeah, there's obviously there's a Lake Sammamish State Park has a big dock system there, but it's primarily dedicated to ski boats and jet skis, and you're kind of taking your life in your hands to put a kayak in around there. So this is definitely dedicated to non-motorized boat access, and is a much more peaceful, quiet, out of the way area to put in and put out. And so primarily folks that are putting in here are actually going downstream, but some people actually do, and I forgot to mention that some people actually do use this to access Lake Sammamish, which is primarily surrounded by private docks. And so this is a peaceful way to get out there. And of course, that's where the rowers go. Once they go here, they tend to go out to the lake, and the kayakers and stand-up paddleboarders tend to go the other way down the river.
And then the only other thought I had was it's a much longer dock than the one that's currently there. And you talked about the new area for kind of the non-cruise shelves for stand-up paddlers and boats, and that made sense. But it also was longer. And so I don't know if when you talk about need, if you can address during popular times, maybe for safety issues, you just need more area, or people are waiting or whatnot, that might help.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
So TJ, as they make comments, don't feel like you need to respond to them right now.
Okay.
It's primarily things that you'll want to incorporate into your presentation for evaluation.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to Paul.
Thanks, Marguerite. TJ, great project. Just a little bit of feedback. I also noticed you were talking, when you talked about the Kenmore location, I'm mostly familiar with the area, but if there's a way to show like a zoomed out map to show that distance and what that relationship is, I think that would help us better understand. Also too, you know, there's some really, I know there's a lot of population density in those areas too. So not only is it a length of, 12 miles to Kenmore, but there's a whole lot of people there. So I think that would help really provide a compelling need. related to need, I didn't see any of the census tract data information. And I don't know how it ranks, but I think you still need to show it anyways. Otherwise, that might hurt you in the scoring. A little bit later in the process, I think the design talked about the dock going out into the river, and then I think it was slide 32. It felt like the river itself was kind of narrow, and so I was trying to envision this larger dock and how that fit onto the water. But it could just be the visual, and the river's actually wider than I see. I've never been in this area, so I don't know what that's like. But when I was looking at that and I was picturing this wider dock, I was like, gosh, how much of the river is that gonna block, and how much room is there to pass by? So just something to think about. Again, it may be a total non-issue, but that was something that caught my attention. And then I was also trying to understand how the parking works, just because there is so many people there. How do people drive down and drop off their boats, and then where do they park? And as I was, looking at the aerial, I didn't see a parking lot. And when you think about the amount of people that access it, so that was one thing I was wondering about. And then the last comment is about the Rowing Association. It seems like they're a pretty significant benefactor of this project. And I was just curious if they had contributed financially or in kind in terms of long-term volunteering commitments, something along those lines, because it seems like they would be probably ripe for being able to support more than just with a letter. So anyways, that's my feedback. Overall, excellent project. So thanks for bringing it.
Thank you. Karen.
I have a question about the Rowing Association as well. I'm wondering about restrooms in the area and also the boathouse. And does one have to be a member of the Rowing Association in order to use those facilities? And one other thought on kayak access. Actually, there is quite a bit of kayak access at the other end of the lake, but it's a very long ways away. So for any use of this end of the lake, this would be an important facility.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Mike?
Hi, TJ. Great presentation, really graphically beautiful and easy to understand, I thought. My additional comments just pertain to what you're planning on doing, putting some thought into what you're doing with the shoreline. When you remove the existing dock, is that going to be restored? What could that look like? I think adding that to your presentation. And in general, I think I would have a little more confidence in the design. These are about the design aspects. If you had a little more information regarding permits, I see it's actually in your cost proposal, it's your single highest cost element. And I do see that, that will be a process for sure. And some mitigation would be for sure required of this. So I think maybe if possible, having some outreach with the agencies to understand what they see could help potentially lower your permitting costs as well, but just also looking at that from a feasibility perspective.
Thank you.
Great. Carrie, do you have some thoughts? Do you want to share?
Yes, nice job, TJ.
Thank you.
So I think that in your final presentation, it would be really helpful to talk about the percentage of time that this dock is used by kayaks and stand-up paddle boards. And it sounds and reads, and I know this area very well, I work for the city of Redmond, like a private rowing club's dock, right? And so I'm just, for us at RCO, and just trying to look at the best bang for our buck for public access for everybody, it would be helpful for you to emphasize that in your final presentation. And then I'm going to chime in along with Paul, and he had talked about, Sammamish Rowing Club certainly does seem like a pretty large benefactor for this project. And if they can donate money, if they can help fund it. I know they funded the boathouse. I know King County funded some of that as well, but that was their main capital campaign. And it does feel like a private boathouse. And so to the extent that you can focus on the other public access, not just the rowing club. And if you have pictures of kayakers or stand-up paddleboarders, that would be helpful as well, just so that we have a better sense of the equal access to this facility.
Yeah, my coworker Frana was just out there this weekend, and she texted me this morning, said, "Oh, I was just out there stand-up paddleboarding and was seeing all the stand-up paddleboarders crowding on the dock." And I'm like, "So you didn't get a picture of it to help me?"
Take a picture.
Like,
all right, thanks, TJ.
thank you.
Great. Ethan, did you have another comment that you wanted to make? I'm thinking that Ethan may just not have lowered his hand. So TJ, thank you very much. There's a couple of things. You talked about, or you started to talk about a dedicated area for like the folks that are coaching the rowers and so on. That sort of raises a flag for us. So I think I know what you're trying to say. So maybe take a look at your script so that it's a little bit clearer what you're saying. And I agree with Carrie 100%. This almost sounded like you were doing a facility and a project for the rowing club, not for the public. And you really need to be conveying to us when the public would have access, the percentage of use that it typically gets from the rowing club but versus everybody else. I think that will make it a lot stronger. There was something that you were talking about when you were talking about making it accessible. And it made me wonder, okay, is there a product or a design or something specific that you were going to be using to make that more accessible? And I wasn't totally sure if I was looking at what you were planning on using. And so that was one of the questions that popped into my mind. I thought I would suggest that you might want to get rid of the in-between slides. So for example, like this community support, you've got everything labeled and numbered beautifully. I would just drop these. That way you can spend more time and throw in a couple more slides so people are seeing some of the other things that they were talking about. I thought when you were on 35, I really appreciated this slide because not only did you show us sort of what the kiosk would look like, but the little blow up to give a better idea of what the images would look like was really good when you're talking about interpretive signs. It's a very, very good example. You mentioned that there is a partnership agreement, that's a 30-year partnership agreement. So the question that flashed in my hand, is that an agreement that was signed back in 2000? Is it a more current agreement? So you might also kind of relate that to when you're talking about the support and the partnership associated with the project. Thank you so very much for coming and being prepared and presenting. I know it will make it a lot easier in September when you come back for the final. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and thanks for all the great feedback.
I am going to take back control of the mouse. Okay, now you can move about as much as you choose. Team members, believe it or not, you have made it to your first official break. So I just ask you to take a minute or two for yourselves, get away from that screen, and then let's just take a full 15 minutes. So let's just plan to start up at 20 after. So enjoy your break. Hello, Kathleen.
Hello. I
How
look
are
a little
you?
white. I'm fine. Thank you
You just
for calling me
you
last time.
you look like you have a bright light shining on you.
I do. There's a skylight, and I have not figured out how to block it.
It's just fine. It's nice to be able to see you. Ed, are you here?
Yes, we're here.
It's
Oh,
also
good.
nice to have sun.
Oh, good. Well, I think we are just about ready to get started. I ask everybody to come back at 20 after. And I'm going to turn off my video and are you changing the slides, Kathleen?
Yes. I'll be
Okay.
presenting, and then Ed is going to take over when it's question time.
Okay. And just remember that when it's time for questions or comments, we want you to just primarily take notes, because that's an important part of this process. And then you'll have more that you can talk to your grants manager about.
Great.
Okay.
Is Kim on this call?
Kim is on this call.
Okay.
Kim, say hi.
Maybe.
She hasn't unmuted herself yet.
Hi.
There she goes.
Hi, sorry, I
Hi,
had to
Kim.
get myself organized. Hi, Kathleen.
Hello.
Hello.
All right,
Hi.
then. We are ready for you to begin. So I'm going to turn off my video. And so Kathleen, I ask that you double click the mouse to make sure you have control.
Like I do. Okay.
Okay, and see, can you move your slide forward and then back? You may begin.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Kathleen Barantes, and with me is Silverdale Commissioner Ed Schofield. The Port of Silverdale is located in central Kitsap County on the west side of the Puget Sound. The site is located on Dyes Inlet in the Old Town area of Silverdale. The project site is located in the port's DNR lease area shown here. This is an overview of 3 projects being proposed through RCO's ALEA, water access, and the upcoming boating facilities program. The non-motorized part of the project consists of installing a 140-foot by 4-foot ADA compliant gangway right over here, and to a new 120-foot by 40-foot large float, and replacing an existing gangway from the pier to the dock with a 100-foot 100-foot by 4-foot gangway signage, updating electrical and replacing security lights in this area. Fit with ALEA program goals, improves ecological function, integrity of the environment, and impacts to fish, public access, public awareness in a high-profile site, and also serves as a model for dock construction. Supports active crew program and allows for complete ADA accessibility. It improves access to family exercise and wellness activity, separates hand-carried and trailered boat facilities to minimize conflict, a compatible location with park and boat launch, avoids additional clearing and will use locally sourced materials, and maximizes the lifespan while reducing future operating costs. Water access for all abilities, supports active rowing program, wildlife viewing, picnicking, photography, fishing, walking, and interpretive education. The project increases public awareness while integrating public access compatible with its physical features and minimizes environmental impacts consistent with 4 Puget Sound Partnership goals and objectives. Project need, consistent with all local and state plans and a high priority in all Kitsap County plans. Shoreline access is the highest priority identified in Kitsap's 2018 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. The county's goal is to increase availability and management of water trail sites throughout Kitsap County. In addition, it is consistent with Kitsap County's Shoreline Master Program goals to provide physical and visual public access opportunities and space for diverse forms of water-oriented recreation. The tribe also used these docks and facilities for recreation fishing within their usual and accustomed area. This project is the highest priority in the Port Zone 2020 approved comprehensive plan. It calls for ADA accessibility for passive recreation, expanding overwater facilities for non-motorized boats, electrical rewiring, and lighting. Development of the plan involved many groups, individuals, and governments, including the Suquamish tribe. With only 37 miles of Kitsap Peninsula coastline accessible to the public, in the second to fourth most densely populated county, access to marine shorelines is a high priority. Since more people are choosing to commute from Kitsap to their jobs in Seattle, there is an increasing need for shoreline access to meet the demand of a growing population in Kitsap. According to the most recent census data, there were 267,120 people in the county. 98,250 households, 636 people per square mile, with approximately 10% living in poverty. In addition, this project provides access to the large number of Navy personnel and their families from Kitsap's 3 large naval facilities. In fact, adults in the 20 to 24 age group comprise 2 times as many males, 12,263, than females, 6,800. More men than women. In this service area, people are drawn to destinations with multiple opportunities to recreate. While there are 7 public boat launches within 10 to 15 miles of the project site, these do not all offer an adjacent park, fishing pier, non-motorized docks, and ADA accessibility, which people are drawn to. Therefore, Silverdale dock facilities offer unique combined opportunities for public seats. Visitors come to the Port of Silverdale for the diversity of opportunities to spend the entire day. There are no comparable shoreline beach access sites with boat launches, parks, docks, and ADA accessibility within a 5-mile proximity of the project. Between the 5 and 15-mile radius of the site, there are 3 beach access parks. The ports of Holsbo and Manchester have similar amenities, but they are very busy every day of the week, and their marine shoreline piers with beach access boat launches and adjacent parks, while nearby Port of Waterman and Harper's Pier have fishing piers only. They often fill up spring through fall, indicating a strong need for access in Kitsap. These photos are of the busy Silverdale grounds during a popular event, and it fills up during whaling days in midsummer. There are already sufficient restrooms, parking, and other needs to make this project doable. Safety and ADA accessibility is needed for the public to get to the new float, as well as the existing dock. The gangway shown here in low tides does not meet the current code of 80 feet, while 100 feet is actually needed there to get the right slope. 63% of Kitsap residents say daily activities are limited by their physical or mental health. The Clam Island Rowing Group welcomes all ages, youth, and seniors, offering lessons and hosted outings, as well as competitions. Youth, seniors, and our wounded warriors are underserved groups, and their needs for safe water accessibility in Kitsap County is great. The shells are heavy and cannot be raised to the height of the sailboat floating dock, and the sailboat float is also too small to store shells. And it's already well used by the sailboat. Currently, no part of the docks are ADA accessible at all times due to tides. In a relatively affluent county where residents generally enjoy good health, health-related disparities still exist, according to Kitsap Public Health District. Opportunities made available here will increase mental well-being and level of physical activity, which results in medical savings from treating issues such as heart disease and diabetes inversely related to physical activity. Site suitability. There have been piers at this location preceding the port's creation in 1920. By 1979, the port owned and maintained 450 feet of waterfront property. In 1980, the port received money from the state IAC, now RCO, the U.S. Defense Department, with $100,000 in public bond. And the port and Kitsap County then swapped their waterfront properties in 1984 to build a fixed pier. Compatible land use, no additional utilities needed, provides access to 450 linear feet of saltwater front near amenities such as food, drinks, and entertainment venues, and within the existing DNR lease area. Provides unique opportunities for crew program with storage for rowing shells, larger, wider, and lower freeboard float design, and ADA access ramps. This is where they are now. Conveniently located next to a very popular walking trail. Project design and viability. This is an initial concept design showing where gangways were needed and approximate placement of the new float. We are currently in the design process, and so this is kind of a sketchy image. They're working on it right now. However, this shows the most recent design for a new 4-foot by 140-foot rated access ramp here to the new float, and would lead directly to the new 40-foot by 120-foot float, and a 100-foot ramp here. A 100-foot ramp that would be located right here to the dock to give it enough slope. A new longer gangway from the pier to the float improves ADA compliant accessibility. Other updates will include electrical wiring, new lighting, replumbing, and other features as designs progress. The new float will use a fish-friendly 50% graded surface and gangway 100% graded using sustainable materials. This example float shows a typical section with a 6-inch profile, easy enough to get kayaks and other freeboard vessels up onto the launch with a new direct access gangway. These non-motorized projects will provide more opportunities for hand-carry boats, including rowing sculls and kayaks, while increasing access for fishing, wildlife viewing, photography, walking, and picnicking. Low-energy lighting will replace aging fixtures seen here. The conceptual design and public involvement process has been completed, and the construction documents are at 40% completion, while the SEPA process is nearly complete. Community involvement and support. Several meetings and workshops help to guide and develop current plans, with hundreds of comments and support letters received. Thank you. And now I'll let Commissioner Escalfield here to answer any questions you may have. Ed, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
So Kathleen, your voice kept breaking up throughout your presentation. So we could hear you sometimes, and other times we're not hearing you very well. So can you hear me right now?
I can hear you really well. Sorry, I have I'll watch for that, Marguerite. I'll make sure.
I think it might be what your headset. I'm not sure if you have a microphone, but your voice kept fading out, and you don't want that to happen during evaluation. So we want to make sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for letting me know.
Okay, Karen, you have a comment or a question?
Yes. One comment I have is that it appears that the hand launch facilities primarily benefit rowing. I'm not seeing how they would really benefit kayaking or paddleboarding that well. For example, how would, say, a person who needs ADA access bring their kayak down to one of those floats. A kayak is typically 16 to say 18 feet long, and that's just a single. And I'm not sure they could make it around the corners to get down there without picking them up over the railing. And I'm assuming that the railing is 3 or 4 feet high.
Ed, can you answer that question?
Yeah, we could look at the engineering on that. It's actually the pier coming all the way down there is 8 foot wide to 10 foot wide. And then you'd have the 4 foot entrance there coming onto the dock. But we can get all those angles in when we get our designer crew in from Art Anderson to address those.
That would be important. And Kathleen, you want to make sure your script matches up, because I was writing down 4 feet wide at different times. And so we just want to make sure the dimensions, because what's it's saying on here is it's a 4 foot wide one. So not totally sure where that falls in terms of the dimensions. So we want to make sure the part is accurate.
Tighten those up as the design progresses and make sure. Yeah. I was reading this off of the RFQ, but let's move on. I'll get it right next time.
Right, that's quite all right. It's just notes to take. Right now, you don't have to try to answer the questions. It's really just more notes so that you'll know, okay, we need to be more clear about this part of it. Chris, go ahead.
Hello. So just a few thoughts. I was kind of struggling through the presentation to kind of figure out what is there now versus what is new. And also I think you could spend a little bit more time, like on the slide that's up right now, just kind of walking us through exactly what this grant what will be built as a result of this grant. And, the graphics, it's a little bit, your notes here, the text is very large on the slide, but then the plan itself is hard to read. I can't really, I was having trouble kind of connecting the dots between where these pieces that are described with the bullets on the slide are on the drawing. So maybe a little bit more high resolution graphics would be helpful. Also, I had a question about the dredging, and on your drawing that shows the limits of dredging. Number one, I don't know if I've ever encountered a project where we're funding dredging, and I would just curious about eligibility for that in general, but then also dredging for the motorized boat launch, and whether that's part of this project, and whether that, you may want to consider the applicability of ALEA funds to dredging for a motorized boat launch.
Right.
And then I don't know, there may be others that will comment more on this, but it would be helpful to comment on, perhaps spend a little more time on, what you might be doing for habitat mitigation or other things that could enhance the aquatic environment there. That's all I've got. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, Chris. And they recognize that dredging is not eligible, and it's only eligible in boating facilities under very strict circumstance. So that's coming out of this project. And so they are working on that part of it. They also have another issue that they're asking to put a sail facility on a motorized boating access site that was funded by RCO. And so that raises some additional questions and concerns, because it's taking away from motorized boating. And so that will be another element that we'll be working with the port to address that, because it's like a project that comes in and creates a compliance issue. So they'll have to figure that out before technical completion to get that part resolved as well. Paul, you had some thoughts or comments?
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. I thought the visuals on the kind of the county-wide picture were really good. It helped me. I'm not familiar with this area, and it really helped me understand how this fits into the region. What I was struggling to find out, though, is what's, right up from the dock. Like, is there a park there? I think you referenced a walking trail at one point, but I was having a hard time understanding how the pier fits in with the immediate surrounding area. So that would be helpful. On the project need, I didn't see any of the census tract information. Yeah, that picture, I was trying to understand like what's part of the project. It looks like that's parking, I assume, for the dock, but like, is there a park area there or not? And where does the trail that you talked about, where does that go through? So anyways, no need to explain now.
Park is right over here, but I'll make sure to have better graphics of the actual park. There's
Yeah,
plenty
maybe
out
just
there.
even like zoomed out a little bit would be helpful, and then a few more labels. And then I didn't see the census tract information on the area of need, and so that would hurt your scoring by not having that on there. And then the last part on community support, your voice was definitely breaking up, but then also you moved through it pretty quickly. So I would have probably ranked pretty low in this one because I didn't understand a lot of what that community support is. And again, I don't know if that's just because your voice was breaking up or if you went through it quickly, but just maybe spend some more time on that area if you just because.
We'll also be posting up letters and things like that.
So, perfect. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike?
Oh, yeah, thank you for the presentation. I thought the presentation looked good. There was some interesting stuff you had at the beginning. It'd be nice to spend a little more time on that. There was a fair amount to read and some good information, and I think just slowing down on that part would have been helpful. And I think the thing that I really wanted to see most was more photos of the existing condition. Like you talk about how the floats are too high now to lift a kayak.
Right.
Just to see more of
didn't show it.
Justify the need.
And that float will not be replaced. That float is primarily used by sailboats, and that's about it. And Margaret's familiar with that. It was fun to do another program.
But the point is, the graphics are designed to take them visually. And so if you're talking about something, they want to see what it is that you're talking about. So.
Great. Thank you.
Mike, did you have other thoughts that you wanted to share, or you were done? So Kathleen, I think that you're absolutely right. A better aerial view that will show it so you can see the whole park, as well as where the restrooms and all are located for the public access site, that you just want to give people a much better sense. And then you can zoom out to this area. And I know you folks are working to get graphics and more information done up a little bit better.
More design.
And I know that Kim will have some additional comments and thoughts for you. Advisors may write some notes too that they are hoping to share. So hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more of that quality information and cleaning up all of the eligibility stuff before technical completion.
Thank you.
Any other comments from team members? Ed, anything else that you want to add?
I think we pretty much covered it. We have some areas we have to fill in here, so especially with our design people. So
that would be great. Thank you folks very much. We appreciate you being prepared and coming, and we look forward to seeing you in September if all goes well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Margaret. Bye-bye.
We are going to move to our next presentation, which is in Snohomish County. Sharon, are you presenting this one? I'm going to let you unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, now you can hear me.
Yes, are you going to be presenting, or is Greg?
I will be.
All right, then. I am going to take my mouse back from Kathleen's, and then I will share it with you. And I'm going to stop my video. And now you can double click to see if you have control of the mouse. Okay.
All right, looks like we're good.
And then it's usually easier to use your arrow keys to move back and forth. And then when you finish your presentation, if you just let go, then I can take the mouse and facilitate the question and answer period.
All right, sounds good.
You may begin.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you for this opportunity to come and present to you about our project at Kayak Point for waterfront improvements. This is a really important project for us, and I appreciate this opportunity to present this to you and get your feedback on ways that we can improve it when we come back later this year and present again. As an overview, the objective of this project is to renovate the day use part of Kayak Point Park for continued and enhanced long-term enjoyment of the shoreline along with environmental improvements. Before getting into the criteria, just to give you an overview of the park, Kayak Point Park is located north of Everett, about an hour north of Seattle. It is located on the Salish Sea and provides 3,300 feet of shoreline access. The park totals 690 acres, and this is easily one of our most popular parks. We average about 175,000 visitors per year. So for our whole system, the only park that comes higher than this is our fairgrounds out in Monroe. The park provides camping, including 2 water trails campsites right on the shoreline. It also provides 10 yurts for convenience camping options. And then we also have a vacation house rental that people use as an additional convenience camping option. This house was built in the 1930s. But the park as a whole, it provides hiking, lots of beautiful nature. So really what the majority of people come to the park for is access to the shoreline. Within the day use area of the park, we have a number of shelters. There's 10 of these style of shelters located at the north end of the park, 1 large shelter at the south end of the park. We also have a playground. And there's a 300-foot fishing and crabbing pier, which people enjoy using, especially if they don't have a boat. But we do also have a boat launch available at the park. But again, really the draw is access to the water. People come for beach combing, picnicking, watching sunsets, and just enjoying proximity to the water. All right, so moving into criteria related to public access goals. This project, the intent of this project is to renovate an existing very well-loved park in order to ensure that it's available to our growing population well into the future. This graphic here shows the way that the park is currently laid out. But the park was originally built in the 1970s. And at that time, the Snohomish County population was basically about 300,000 persons. For 2020, it's estimated that our population is going to be over 830,000. So we're basically approaching about triple growth since the time that this park was built. As population has grown, we've obviously had increased use, and it's brought up some additional conflicts with the site associated with one of our conflicts is between the boat launch, which is located here, and people accessing the playground area. And then also pedestrian access to the shoreline is hampered by parking located along the shoreline, as well as the Southern Loop Road. Additional concerns related to this park really are just the age of the park. It's basically 45 years old at this point, and infrastructure is aging. And then also there are concerns about what the impacts of sea level rise will be on this site over the next several years. So our proposed renovation is designed to address these challenges, and I apologize because this graphic flipped the other direction, so if you can kind of shift your orientation. And it also didn't come through as clearly as I had intended, so I'll be addressing that. The key changes at this to the park design are that we're going to be moving the parking away from the shoreline and pulling it back against the toe of this bluff here. That's going to open up pedestrian access across these lawn panels into the shoreline area. So it'll also help us reduce our traffic conflicts. We will be installing parking at the north end of the parking lot, which these sites here are designed for hand carry launch off of the shoreline. There isn't a specific structure for launching kayaks, et cetera, but this is a close location for getting to the water. We'll be building up the site by approximately 4 feet to address sea level rise. You can see some of the topo lines here. There's planned to be some gradation just for interest and also stormwater drainage. And then we'll also be constructing a soft shore kind of berm along the edge of this fill, which is going to have materials in it to dissipate wave energy for long-term protection of the site so that we're not being hit by erosion. We have 10 pilings in this pier that need to be replaced because there's failing. There's also some cross pieces which need to be replaced to make sure that this pier is going to function long-term. We're also going to be replacing the boards on that pier with grating, which is ADA compatible, and will also let light penetrate down to the water surface. We will be removing the southern loop road and replacing it with this meandering pathway so that visitors can enjoy a full loop trail experience of the park. And then we're also going to be relocating the shelters away from the shoreline. And in particular in this northern area, that's important because this is an area that gets a lot of wave energy and logs that come up into that area. And then there's also going to be some other improvements planned to renovate the current boat launch and the existing playground and restroom structures. So this is basically an overview of the whole project that is planned, but what we're applying for currently is basically the first phase of this work. This phase is basically going to start the improvements and then set the stage for future completion of the whole site plan. So just kind of give you a visual of what this first phase is going to include. The first phase is going to abandon the parking along the shoreline in this area, and it's going to go ahead and construct this area here where it's going to be permanently. So this is going to include raising the parking area up, incorporating new stormwater and all those types of improvements. It will include the parking areas for the boat launch for the hand carry for kayak off of the shoreline there. And then we are also going to be going ahead and replacing the 10 pilings on this pier and then following up later with the grading that needs to be replaced on there. So the remainder of the work is really going to be completed in future phases, but we do expect to apply for boating facilities funding later this year, and that the boat launch and boat launch parking part of this project would go forward at the same time as our waterfront or water access improvements. This is actually going to create some efficiencies for us because when we're out there doing the pilings on the pier, at the same time we'll be doing the boat launch, so we would only have to mobilize once for in-water work. And then also there'll be reduced environmental impacts because we won't be impacting the shoreline for 2 times. And then just to give you a visual of what the underside of the pier looks like, here are the pilings. There's 10 of these that are going to be replaced with steel. And then also, as you can see, a bunch of the cross bracing needs to be replaced. So overall, the planned improvements for this phase really are planned to open up the public access to the beach, ensure continued use of the pier, and it's going to start to bring in a portion of the planned site fill. So these changes overall are going to maximize use of the shoreline area, and it's also going to take advantage of a drainage ditch which exists at the toe of the slope here for the stormwater runoff from the parking area, so that we'll be able to dissipate it in that direction and then really keep that shoreline area open for public access. And related to educational opportunities for this site, we are not planning on adding interpretive signage at this phase. That will be in a future phase. However, the site already provides educational signage on the pier structure that's been placed in partnership with our Marine Resources Committee that provides education about the nearshore environment and other aspects of marine ecology. So basically, by keeping the pier there, that's going to allow that use to continue. And then also the site is already active with on-site events through the WSU Beach Watchers. And so then kind of lastly, touching on environmental benefits of this proposed project. Again, these pilings are going to be replaced with steel, so we'll be removing some of the creosoted materials from the system. And then my personal favorite is that we're actually going to be providing stormwater treatment off of the parking lot. This is literally the, no joke, the catch basin for the day use area parking that's closest to the shoreline. This is not even a concrete structure. This is basically like a void in the ground that has a wood frame around it. So basically all the runoff from the parking lot currently, which is really quite large with all the pollutants, goes into this catch basin. And then when it gets to a high enough elevation, it goes out of this pipe and directly into Puget Sound. So just basically by being able to provide the up-to-date stormwater standards, we're going to be treating the water and giving that a chance for pollutants to be removed before it goes out to Puget Sound. And then we'll also be incorporating native plantings into our berm area and shoreline areas for also habitat improvements. Okay, so moving on for public access. This project is really important for Snohomish County, and it is identified in our 2015 Park and Recreation element. And it's identified both because it's a really key regional park that's in need of renovation, but then also because it's one of our few saltwater access points. The Ecology's Coastal Atlas identifies locations where you can get to the coast for each of the counties, and Snohomish County is counted at 27. By comparison, Pierce County, which is just a little bit higher in population than Snohomish County, has 90. King County has got 97. And then even our neighbor to the north, which has a lower population than Snohomish County, Skagit, has got 49. So those that we have are really critical. And there's a number of reasons that we don't have a lot of shoreline access points, including the railroad that runs basically from Everett down to King County. But really, for those that we've got, we are really protective of them and want to make sure that they're continued to be available to the public. Another concern for this site is associated with sea level rise. NOAA's sea level rise viewer helps kind of visualize what would happen to the site over time. This is current standards, not standards, but our current level and where mean high water is. With 2 foot of rise, we start to lose some of the park. By 3 foot, we have significant portions are underwater, and by 4 foot, that's most of it. So we have completed a site-specific sea level rise study for this site, and basically by 2100, about 4 foot of rise is expected at the high range of basically, what are the possibilities for water rise. So we're basically taking the position that if we're investing in a site, that we want to invest for the long term and position this park for use past 2100. My understanding though from ecology is that we're one of the first projects taking a full site level approach to addressing sea level rise. And so that's part of the reason that the fill is planned for this property. So another need and driver for this project is needs for ADA improvements. Sorry, my graphic shifted there, but we are located in a census block with higher than average disabled population. And just because of the age of the park, we do have infrastructure that's failed, and this is clearly a barrier for disabled access, as is our ramp coming onto the pier. So, and then also these boards alone don't meet current ADA accessibility standards, and that's just partly based on the age of this park. So in 2012, we did a full site study of evaluating what needs to be improved at the park to meet full ADA accessibility. And as we're making these improvements, those will be incorporated as we go along and fully addressed. And then again, related to educational elements, this particular phase won't add any educational elements, but will help preserve the ones that we have existing. And then lastly, related to the action agenda, this project is not specifically included in the agenda, but the software protection is being designed by Coastal Geologic Services, and we're hoping that installation will help add to the body of knowledge related to these types of structures. And we'll be complying with land use regulations related to shorelines, critical areas, and stormwater. And then also, the current use for educational, environmental education will continue to be enhanced as we keep working on this site. So, although it's not specifically identified, this project really, hits and incorporates many of the priorities of the plan. And then, so moving into suitability for public access, this site is well suited to public access. It's actually been in use as a public facility since the 1920s when it was owned and operated as a resort. There was a time then that it was actually sold to ARCO, who had planned to actually put an oil refinery at the site, and then the county purchased it to continue the public use of the property. But, early use of the site as a resort, people enjoyed fishing, boating, public access, very much like that they do currently. We also do believe with the site that there would have been traditional use of the site, but in our consultation with the tribes, review of databases, and actually an on-site cultural resources study, which included shovel probes, we haven't actually been able to confirm that. It just seems very likely by the landform. But, just given the history of the use of this site, there's been a lot of modification with the different buildings coming in and going for the resort. So we believe that's probably part of the reason that there's not any indication of historic use. And then also the property has been highly modified just based on fill. This T sheet from the site shows that there had been an estuary at the site years ago, and that was actually filled in at one point. So it's very likely that a lot of the historic kind of elements may have been buried over time. And just as an aside, as far as our design goes, we did actually look at one point at the feasibility of restoring an estuary on this site. But given the available space and then also the hydrology, we determined basically that there wouldn't have been enough flow to keep the mouth of that estuary open. So it's not part of our current design. But even, based on our current use, WDFW on their priority habitat mapping has identified this site as important for surf smelt, Pacific sand lance, Pacific herring, gray whale, big brown bat, hardshell clam, and Dungeness crab. And then also there is, local wetlands, which also contribute. So all the improvements that we've planned for this site are going to be helping habitat out by moving hard infrastructure away from the shoreline as much as possible. And then also by adding stormwater treatment so that we're cleaning pollutants out of the water before it goes to the Puget Sound. And then also by placing the native plantings along the shorelines. As far as protecting the sites against adverse impacts, a lot of what we're planning to do here really is for that purpose. So it's a little difficult to see. I apologize. I can correct this. but there is planned to be fill over the site. So this is the existing elevation, and then we will be filling it. And then also this offshore berm, which will be located here, is providing edge for the fill that will be located there. And then it's also designed to have material in it so that it'll dissipate wave energy. So basically, as like during storm surges, as we get water rushing up, it'll hit this material there, and then the erosive energy will just basically be dissipated by hitting larger rock material. And then again, we're also moving the hard infrastructure away from the shoreline so that there won't be, so basically we're not putting this high cost infrastructure in an area that's more likely to be damaged. And then again, well, overall, Snohomish County has a low number of water access points. The majority of what we do have is located in South County. So Kayak Point is shown here at the blue star, and you can just see that in the proximity, there's really nothing else like this that provides, basically a similar experience. So to touch on the design and what's been proposed for this site, the identified need again for this project is really to position Kayak for continued long-term access and enjoyment of the shoreline. And so the approach that we've taken is really to open up the shoreline area by moving the parking away, preserve important infrastructure like the pier, seek to address sea level rise, and then also renovate the site to meet current standards, specifically ADA and stormwater, and then wherever possible incorporate changes that will result in environmental benefit. This approach we feel has been really well vetted by this point. We've brought in a team of civil engineers. We have a coastal engineer, critical areas, cultural resources, and geotechnical who have been working on this site and developing the approach that we're taking. This design work has also been coordinated with our various review agencies. We've been working with WDFW, DNR, Ecology, Army Corps of Engineers, NOAA, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as our own Snohomish County permitting agency to go through the design and review of the approach that we're taking for it. We've also been coordinating with the tribes and have been working with them, and their input has been also influencing our design. A number of studies have already been completed for this site: our eelgrass survey, cultural resources, critical areas, geotechnical report, coastal geomorphology, and then the evaluation of the pier. And, we just basically had this back and forth as we've gone through the design process, which I think has really brought us to a good, solid design that as we continue through permitting, we're not expecting any significant changes as we are getting those finished out. And just to maybe give you an example of that, when we had originally looked at the eelgrass off the shoreline and where it was located, we had used a photography and then on-site evaluation just to determine where the eelgrass was. In working with WDFW, we ultimately decided to follow their full protocol, did a full survey out there, and then based on what we found and then also concerns raised by DNR, we have shifted the boat launch location to avoid impacts to eelgrass. And then we're also going to be bringing in a barge to bring in much of the fill to this site. So based on our eelgrass survey, we've shifted that location so that we're minimizing and avoiding impacts. As another example, our geomorphologist or coastal geomorphologist had originally suggested that our soft shore berm start further down the beach. But then in working with WDFW and with concerns related to forage fish impacts, even though this would just be during construction, we've decided to move that berm up and above the ordinary high water mark so that we're minimizing our impacts to the beach area. And then this is also addressing needs that WDFW has identified. So we feel like we're really in a good position with the design for this project. Currently, we have finished our 60% design. We're moving into 90% design, and this project is under review currently with Army Corps of Engineers and the services, and then the land use permits are under review with Snohomish County. So in summary for design, our objectives have been to design and build for long-term continued public use and enjoyment of the site, while also integrating habitat improvements wherever possible. Goals then to meet these specific objectives have been to improve the site use patterns, incorporate full ADA accessibility, design for climate change resilience, design for ease of maintenance and operation, and then also just create a beautiful and special place. Hard to mess that up when you're on the shoreline, but it probably could happen. And then related to habitat, we've just been working to avoid impacts to the beach. We've got our soft shore berm with native plantings, treating stormwater, and then enhancing the wetland buffers. Then to wrap it up with community support, this project is literally the culmination of about a 10-year effort to revision Kayak Point Park and then position it for long-term use. We started about 10 years ago and really started with our stakeholders and park users with kind of a blank page kind of approach to say, kayak is well loved. What's important about it? What do we need to keep? What could be done better? And this graphic is one of the outcomes of that, just to identify, really what should be our concept for the park going forward. And then our second phase has really been getting into more of the design details. And so we've brought the public back again and laid out different concepts for how do we actually achieve what was brought out during that conceptual design process and actually implement it on the ground with the additional information that we gleaned through studies, et cetera. So we've had a lot of public and stakeholder input. We've also, again, had our review agencies who've been involved with the site. And then I'd also like to specifically call out the Snohomish County Marine Resources Committee. They were an early partner on this and really helped inform and shape, the early concepts for the site and the design that we're moving forward with now. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much for this chance to present. I actually haven't done ALEA before, so I'm really interested to see what kind of feedback you've got and if there's any questions I can answer.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll start with Karen.
As I recall, the Washington Water Trails site is up at the north end of the park. You might show on one of your graphics where that is and how that will be affected by this renovation.
Will do. Thank you.
Carrie?
Hi, Sharon.
Hey, Carrie.
Nice job. It's a great project. There's a couple things. One, on slide 15, I think it was 15, where you highlighted the phase 1 in yellow, and you showed the pier and you showed the parking lot, I think. Can you go back to that? Yeah, right there. Great. So I was finding myself reading your grant application at the same time you were trying to define phase 1 here. And what I didn't see in this graphic, which would be helpful, is that one of your main goals, I think, in phase 1 is to move the roadways off the water and increase access to the beach. And if the roadways you're talking about is just the parking lot, I don't understand it. You actually talk about creating pathways and more access to the beach. And so to the extent you can highlight that area of the park, that would be helpful. And then in addition, in your actual application itself, I was surprised during your presentation to learn that the pier replacement, the pilings in the pier were part of phase 1, because I didn't see that outlined in your grant application. So there was just a disconnect there from for me, and maybe I missed it, but I tried to go through the sections and even look at the metrics and the costs, and it didn't seem like it was highlighted in your grant application.
And Sharon, it sounded like you said you were doing the pilings, but not the pier. And
Yeah.
we need to talk about, we don't typically allow you to do a part of a facility. You need to make it usable. So we may have to talk about what you're really trying to accomplish there.
All right, thank you. Yeah, those are good points, especially about the highlights of what this phase is. And then we have actually been rescoping a little bit since I originally submitted. So I think some of the wording is maybe not aligning correctly. So we'll go back and make sure that's right.
Great, cool. Thanks.
Sounds good.
Nice job.
Dave?
Thanks, Carrie.
Hi, Sharon. I had some trouble, like with on 16 here with this schematic of seeing what you were planning doing. This is great, but then just a suggestion: take one of the photos you provide us of the site. You have some great photos, and perhaps draw on those the areas that are going to be moved and where those are going to be, like the parking lot. Show us where that parking lot's going to be now, how that's going to move, how that's going to change on that photo. It gives us a really good picture of what's going to happen. I guess I keep I think as a reviewer, I'm trying to understand what is going to happen with the project, and so whatever you can do to help us understand that more clearly is going to really help your score ultimately. So just a suggestion, perhaps drawing some things on the photos to give us that perspective, looking from maybe from the ocean. You had several photos looking from the ocean at the project, or different perspectives, you could actually draw on those, and that would really help us.
Thank
All
you,
right, thank
Dan.
you.
Heather.
Yeah, I have some of the same comments. I'm not an expert on piers and boat launches and all of that. So I was a little confused on how you would do pilings without the what's it called, the platform there.
The pier,
yeah. Separately, so that was confusing. And then also on these phases, I wasn't sure if you could do. I know you're looking for, I think, water access. Are those dependent on one another? Can you still proceed with this phase if you don't get the other funding? I was a little curious about that.
Okay.
That sounds like a great project. And some of my questions might have been helped if this was a better visual also.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But I also just wanted to say I really appreciate how you're building in sea level rise. I think that's fantastic. So thanks for that.
Good. Mike.
Yeah, hi, thanks for the presentation. Yeah, very great project. I like the design. I kept finding myself wanting to know more about the fill that you're proposing relative to climate change and all of the reasons. And I think my only comment really was just kind of the order of the presentation. I think you kind of got into the design during the part where, like here, public access goals. And so it was just the order of it I found a little hard to follow, and I found myself with a lot of questions that you answered later. But overall, I think it's great. Maybe a little more information on the storm drainage and how that's going to work would be helpful. And yeah,
okay.
That's basically it.
Sharon, when you brought up this slide and you walk through what's existing there and what the big picture is, that really needs to be part of your introduction, because that way everybody is clear then, okay, here's the big vision, here's the scope of work for this project, then move into how it fits with the goals.
Okay.
Chris?
Hi, Sharon. Glad
Hey,
to see
Chris.
this project moving along. For full disclosure, I worked on some of this when I was working for Snohomish County.
I cut you out of those pictures, so you know.
Yeah.
There you go, Sharon.
I would just echo what others have said about, this is a complicated project. Building it in phases is really challenging and it's hard to communicate. So, if we could just see kind of like what's, kind of a before and after, what will the park look like after phase one? And it sounds like you're planning to apply for a boating facilities grant, and I'm not sure if the intent is to build that at the same time or not, and if that would be part of like what you would consider phase one. And so just kind of explaining what would actually happen, from a first phase of implementation, and what's the plan if the boating facilities money doesn't come through, or will you still be trying to proceed with that part of the work? And then you mentioned treating the stormwater, and I think it would be helpful to clarify, are you planning to treat all the stormwater from both the new parking and the parking to remain, or is it just the new parking? So kind of giving some information on that would be helpful. And yeah, that's about all I have for now.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Sharon, thank you so very much. It is a complex project, but I think you did a good job of trying to articulate what this is all about. The challenge is not everybody is looking at their screen at the same time. And I know you used your mouse to walk through this one. And while I could see it, I'm not sure everybody else could see the mouse moving. And so that's one reason why I think you're getting all the suggestions about ways to highlight information here, zooming in on the areas that you really need people to see, that those are the kind of things that I think will actually make this even stronger. So
right,
thank you so very much. And I know Dan will share any written comments that come eventually. And we look forward to seeing you back here in September.
All right. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Good. Team members, what a great job you've done. You've made it all the way to your lunch break. And once again, I'm going to encourage you to get up and get away from the screen for a little bit. Give your eyes a rest from looking at your computer. And then feel free to jump back in and join us. We start with our next project at 1:15. Look forward to seeing you all back then.
I can't hear her. How come? I think your microphone's muted.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account review meeting. I trust you all had a good lunch break, and we are ready to start back up with a project that's coming to us from the Port of Kingston. So Greg, are you presenting today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Greg, just make sure you're close to your mic so we can all hear you good. I'll turn my volume up here. And I am going to turn control of the mouse over to you. Okay. And I'm going to stop my video. And I've got my trusty timer here. Okay. Mark, are you helping to present this project?
I'm here to support Greg.
Got it. All right then. The clock is ticking. You may begin.
Okay, well, thanks for having me. My name is Greg Engel. I'm the Executive Director at the Port of Kingston. Just as a really quick background for me, I've got about 17 years working for port districts. I started at the Port of Seattle for 13 years, and then I worked at the Port of Port Townsend for a couple of years before coming to the Port of Kingston. We are here to ask the RCO board if they will fund us for an ALEA grant for about $97,000. I'm here with Mark Horton, who is our port engineer, contracted port engineer, and we have Tara Dolfmeyer also standing by. She's our executive assistant. The Port of Kingston, if you're not familiar, let's see here. I was trying to, how do I get that to go down, page down, I guess. Here we go. The Port of Kingston, let me get my, see if I can get my, there it goes, is located just across Puget Sound from the Port of Edmonds, and we are connected by the Washington State Ferry System. We're also connected, as you can see, from downtown Seattle by the Kitsap Transit Fast Ferry System. We're located on the north end of Kitsap Peninsula, and we're one of 3 primary accesses from Seattle to the Olympic Peninsula. Port of Kingston is found in unincorporated Kitsap County. Here's an aerial of the Port of Kingston. Pretty much, we have about 10 acres of uplands and 10 acres, 11 acres of submerged lands. And as you can see, this is all parking in the park. Here's our offices right here at the head of the Washington State Ferry Terminal. And then we have the marina here, and this is the Washington State Ferry Terminal. As you can see, the 2 ferries in here. So Kingston has about 4 million people pass, over 4 million people pass through annually just on the state ferry alone. And you can see they come through here, and there's all the cars up in the upper corner there, you can kind of see. And then this is the marina, and here's our guest dock facility with fueling right here. And then right here, you can see at the upper part of this where the arrow is pointing to the restroom. That's the project that we're talking about and discussing today. We have about, so with the fast ferry system out here, we have about 175,000 people that go through the fast ferry system. And then we have, thousands of people that come through on for events or just come down to the Kingston is really kind of the hub. The Port of Kingston is the hub, and this park is the hub for the community. Let's see. There we go. Here's kind of an expanded version, so I'm just zooming in steadily down into the project so you understand the scope and the site location. So you can see what we're going to do is we're replacing the existing facility with a new building. And it's adjacent to this Mike Wallace Park area, and it's right up at the head of the docks. Let's see. So here's the existing facility, and this building and this whole facility was built back in almost near the beginning of the primary development of the Port of Kingston in 1967. So this is about 53-year-old asset. And what we're talking about doing is we just will demolish this building and we'll replace it with a new facility. And so you can see this is back in like the mid 60s when they were building out the whole marina up in this upper picture here. You can see the State Ferry Terminal to the right there where my cursor is. So what they did was they built all this out. They took the dredge spoils and they filled in a lot of this area. And the bathroom was put in right back in here when they developed this marina in 1967. And so you can see it right in the bottom picture right there at the head of the dock, in between two of the docks. And it's just a short walk. It's right next to the guest boating facility. And then further to your left, there is a boat ramp over here, a boat launch ramp that's used by commercial fishers and the like. And again, here it shows like, here's the old facility. We painted and maintained this facility. Our harbor master was a former master gardener. And I don't know if he still has certification, but we have the staff. What we've done is, you can see in the bottom picture that we surround this facility with all sorts of plants and trees that we planted over the years. And we just want to basically backfill that facility and replace it with a new construction. This facility, the port's been around, it just celebrated the centennial last year. And we've had a lot of our assets are basically all about 50-year plus old when they were developed. And then so either they've been redeveloped at least once, and in the case of this restroom, it's been probably refurbished at least a couple of times over its lifetime. This facility is open to all port visitors, and it's just basically, it's now at the end of its useful life. It just needs to be expanded and replaced. So I think the expansion makes sense because 50 years ago we didn't have anywhere near the demand that we have now of people coming through this facility. It's touchy. And as you can see, here's some of all the different types of user groups, which cuts across just about every single type of user that you can imagine. Obviously, we have commuters that go on the Kitsap Fast Ferry. We have the State Ferry that they also commute to Edmonds down to Seattle. But then we have, here's the guest stock, a picture of the guest stock. So we have 49 slips here, and then we have 262 permanent slips in the marina. And that includes, and that doesn't include, we also have this kayak and a small boat launch recreational facility right here, which, and you can see in the background right there, that's the boat launch facility. And that gets an awful lot of demand. In fact, we have a lot of the gooey duckers on this side of the water. They use our facility for offloading a lot of the gooey ducks, for example. And then in the park, which is right adjacent, this is the facility is found almost basically in the park. We have a lot of events and that we host here all year round. We have about 5,000 residents in the Port District, and we employ only 10 people in order to maintain all these assets. We have two parks. We have the Mike Wallace Park, and then we have the Kiwanis Port of Kingston Park that we just, in fact, RCO did sponsor that and provided funding for that expansion. So let's see, next one. So as you can see, the zoning, so we basically, this park, which is in the pink area here, this provides really one of the few facilities within this whole area of Kingston, the greater Kingston area, that even has public bathrooms. And the other one of them is literally right adjacent to us at the State Ferry Terminal. And then we have one just, it's a few blocks away at the Village Green. So there's just not a lot of public restroom facilities to support access. And we control the beachfront that winds around past the State Ferry Terminal all along this area that's called Salt Air Beach, or North Beach is another term for it. And then it comes all the way around. So there's all these residents and all the people that live in this greater area, they access this park, as do all the people, the tourists transiting through, and then people just come to it, just a destination place. So here is an expansion of what we're proposing to do. So the proposed restroom, it's going to replace a 53-year-old facility, and we'd have an expanded footprint. We have an awful lot of demand that comes through here. And so I think this would help service both current demand and what we believe will be future demand. We'll see what happens as we go down the road. If what we're getting is a lot of pressure in Kingston as a result of really the Seattle effect, the I-5 corridor, and all the people moving up here from California, for example, and from all over the country. And they're discovering Kingston in a big way. We're getting a lot of pressure from people with the fast ferry, the addition of the fast ferry too. We're getting a lot of people where they realize, hey, I can commute, and or I can even relocate to Kingston. And they all walk right past this facility and use it, in addition to all these other different user groups in the community. What we'll do with this facility too here, what you're seeing is, what we're going to do is separate out this restroom facility in blue from the electric distribution. When they originally constructed it, they were co-located, and the problem is we've had some significant failures, and it's basically put at risk. That's our primary electrical distribution for the whole port. So we are gonna separate them out and segregate those uses. So the primary alignment with the ALEA goals that this project provides is that it's going to improve public access and make the facility much more usable for many more people. You know, we have way more people now than we did 50 years ago, and the demand and the pressure on our facility is just growing really significantly. Even with the pandemic, it's been surprising, you know, how much pressure we're getting on real estate over in the Kingston area. And I think it's going to increase even more now that people may or may not, they may be able to telecommute. And then they all come down to really the Port of Kingston is one of the primary, if not the primary place for everybody to get public access to the water and enjoy the waterfront. Because you can come through the port, walk all the way along the waterfront, and there's access to all sorts of the facilities, and go across the State Ferry and go access Salt Air Beach as well. So I think it's going to provide new opportunities for public access. And the other thing that this facility never did have, which it should, and that's ADA access. So I think between the ADA access and the expanded capacity, it'll provide additional opportunity for people to be able to enjoy the waterfront for sure. So as far as program objectives, again, you know, we're seeking funding so that we can address some of the deficiencies in public access opportunities. And it's probably overdue, to be honest, with a facility this old. This would provide, you know, immediately usable waterfront access in this area. And then it also integrates public access in a way that's compatible with the physical features of the site, and it minimizes impacts to the environment. The primary benefit, though, is public access. And you can see here, you know, these are some of the events that we host. We have kites over Kingston. We have a concert series, and then people come out, and then we also have a lot of the community groups. They might do fundraisers, and then they'll bring in a band or what have you to enjoy the facility. So this is called Mike Wallace Park in the lower left that you see here. So we also, you can see there's a picture of the public market that we have usually every Saturday. So in terms of project need, you know, as you can see right here, there's no ADA access. And we spent just recently spent over $10,000 just on materials trying to repair and maintain this facility. I think that the overall benefit is to so many different user groups. Again, we have over 4 million people coming through the state ferry. You have over 175,000 people, commuters that go through the park. We have literally, 200 to 500 people a day that come through here walking their dogs. You have picnickers all over. Whenever the weather's halfway decent, they're all in here using this. And so I think the need is just to preserve and then expand on our access for the public. One of the things that has been also looked at, like when we looked at need, Wagner's, Mark Bunzel from Wagner's Cruising Guide, he tours 400 marinas a year, for example. And I was talking to Mark, and when they did a ranking, a survey of all the different amenities for a marina, the number one amenity is bathroom, is the quality of the bathroom and access to bathroom facilities, restroom facilities. Strangely, number two was Wi-Fi, is what they ranked as number two, which I thought was interesting. So again, the facility, the project need, the facility is over 50 years old. The cost of maintaining is escalating really substantially, and it may soon become prohibitively expensive or impossible. We had 2 major failures just in the past 9 months, and the thing is, it took that facility offline for over 3 weeks for each of those. The failure, any of those failures, they could compromise our main electrical grid, which would take down the whole port, the whole marina, everything, if we compromise that electrical grid. We use it for the parking lot. We also use it for people coming in to fuel their vessels. They come up and use these assets. And then also the administrative offices, sometimes we have to take down our facilities, especially now with we're cleaning constantly. So that way we have, hopefully some additional redundancy for people to be able to use it during the pandemic going forward. So you can see here the urinal's been failing. It's been damaged many times over the years. Partitions are worn out. The wood under the flooring is rotting. It's just starting to suffer catastrophic failures throughout the whole facility. So the bathroom will increase the capacity, and the repair and maintenance costs will be reduced too, which helps us because we generate about 3.2 million in revenue. We only get about 200,000 in tax revenue. And so even that, even the taxes that we collect wouldn't even pay for the cost of this project, for example, in a year. So regarding viability, we could replace the existing facility. There's no issues with the site. It should not have any permitting issues. And the restroom itself is a prefab design from a state contract. So I don't think that there's going to be any, I think this has a very low risk of not going through. And here in the upper left, it's right adjacent. Here's our boat launch, for example. Then you can see our fuel dock here. And it helps support that use. Again, I've already talked about, but we host all sorts of community events, including concerts, the 4th of July festivities. We usually have 20,000 people during the 4th of July, 10 to 15,000 alone just watch the fireworks. We have the Kiwanis Brew Fest. We have the Kingston High School Homecoming Parade ends down here. We have the Kingston Cove Christmas, so it's a year-round facility. We'll get 40,000 people through the winter season just to come look at our Christmas lights we put up. And this is the facility they use for to be able to enjoy that experience. Yeah, so you can see here that we had flooding in the restroom and the port, and we were lucky it didn't have any more damage. So the cost of maintenance is escalating. And I think with COVID-19 and other health issues, I think this would improve the experience and the safety for the public to be able to enjoy our facilities down here. There's just more facilities. So this is the area in between that supports all the stuff that we've been replacing and damage. And you can see that it's co-located with the power grid. And then you can see here it's getting tired out. It's just and community involvement support. You can see in the background here, we get support from, we have over 30 community groups in Kingston. They're all engaged and everybody comes down to use these facilities. We have, picnic tables all throughout and people come down and barbecue and they sponsor a lot of the events that go on throughout here. I also get a lot of community support from all the commercial fishers and every type of user group. So I can get those letters together. It's not a problem whatsoever. The Port Commission shown here is 100% in support of this. And you can see here some of the different groups that that we partner with in order to use this facility, including the restaurants come up here and they get food, they get takeout, and they come down here and eat it now, even more so. We work with the state ferries, the Kids Have Transit, the county, many yacht clubs. We had over 30 yacht clubs scheduled this year and boating clubs that come down to use the facility. And here's a list of some of the people that we partner with. And so I think that, generally speaking, I don't know how you're going to get much more bang for your buck. We're looking for 97,000 from the ALEA program, 97,000 from the big program. And I think that it's just invaluable for this community to have this kind of a facility. Every single community group is engaged with the Port of Kingston. We also did a complete streets. It's called a complete streets. It's a master planning process at the county. And we also did a ferry holding lot feasibility study just now that we finished up. It was a $500,000 study. And then they were looking at the realignment SR 104. The community is completely and fully engaged. We don't have a lot of resources and we have very little tax revenue. This is a pretty straightforward project. And we support 2 parks, the boat ramp, and just the whole park right here. The Mike Wallace Park is like the primary hub for the whole community. Everybody's down here walking. Even in the bad weather, they come down here. Like during the pandemic, it almost got busier, which is hard to believe. So this program
so Greg,
thousands of people to access and experience the sound, I think.
Greg?
Thank you. Yep.
Greg, your time is up. And so I'm waiting for team members to give some comments and feedback.
Okay.
And you don't need to try to address what they are asking you right now.
Okay.
But what you do need to do is to try to take notes. And I think Kim is on as well to help take notes so that it'll give you some ideas about things that you need to do before the final presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're going to start with Ethan.
Yeah, hi, Greg. Having a nice restroom is important for your area there. I understand that. One question I had is you talked about under need that the demand and is growing with the population growth in that area. But you didn't talk about whether this new restroom will add any capacity. So that might be something worth addressing, because if it does, that obviously kind of ties in with that need. That was pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Mike?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, it does look like a pretty straightforward project. And I think my comments maybe piggybacks a little on that last comment, which was, it sounds like it's, that restroom is quite popular and increasingly so. And just I think for how did you come about with, it looks like you have 3 stalls on each side. And just consider demonstrating that the design criteria that you used, what your expected user demand is against what's being provided, just to help substantiate that. I can imagine you probably have porta potties during some of your events, but I think it would just help us in understanding the need and that the design is matching that need.
Thank you. We'll go to Chris.
Hello. Just a couple quick thoughts. I think one thing that's going to be really important to emphasize in September is how is the public accessing the water at this site? You spent a bit of time talking about the larger context and the marina and the residents, and I think you would it would be helpful to hear a fair amount more about how the public is accessing water at this site. Is there non-motorized boat launch there? Or is there a trail along the water? What are the things what are the non-commercial activities that this restroom is supporting?
Okay.
Thank you. Paul?
Hey, Greg. Thanks for putting the presentation together. I just had a couple of general thoughts related to the presentation, and just to give you a little bit of a glimpse of where we're at. We see a lot of presentations stacked on each other, and so things get pretty competitive. And one of the things that helps us as we're going to score it is if the slides are in the order of the criteria. It felt like you were jumping around. You talked about the need, and then you talked about the suitability, and then you jump back to the need and some of those things. So if there's a way to align the presentation with the scoring chart and in that order, that will help us help you. A couple other things too. I'm not familiar with this area at all, or the ferry terminal. I've never gone in there. And so maybe if you talked about how it's growing and there's a lot of people coming through, but if you had data to back that up in terms of, how many trips or how many people come across the ferry, and has that increased by a certain percentage? Things like that also help us kind of build that picture out. It's helpful sometimes if we have questions and we're under the gun, if your slides are numbered. So that's another suggestion for you, is just a real simple thing to throw the number on there. We may say, go jump back to slide 8 or something like that, and might be able to answer if we ask a question during the review and we get a quick response back. That can help us with the scoring. There's a census track question or tool related to need, and I didn't see any of the demographic data, so that may hurt you if you don't include that. So I'd encourage you to put that on there and talk about the overall need in the region. And the only other thing I have to add, and this may or may not be helpful, but sometimes some of the projects can be pretty big, and then some are this is a standalone restroom project, and so just trying to think of a way to help make it a little more competitive. I don't know if you can add like a walking trail. Like, I don't know if it, a standalone restroom, it may be a really high need from where you're at there, but I'm trying to think about, like, in terms of how your project matches up against some of the others in terms of the category and how it fits. So, thinking about ADA access from the restroom down to the handheld boat area, or access to the parking lot, or just finding ways to connect. I think a little bit of what Chris said a minute ago about how does this connect to other things. If there are small elements you could add to the project to make it a little more comprehensive, that would make you more competitive. I do recognize sometimes that's not possible though. So, but I just throw that out. If it is, it's a suggestion. So thanks again, and good project.
Thank you.
Other comments or suggestions from team members? So Greg, Kim and I are gonna have a conversation, and then we need to talk to you about match and how the project is packaged. While it's great to be considering BIG funds, the way these programs work, we can't use an ineligible fund source as match for this particular project. So I'm going to be talking to Kim about it, and then we'll share with you our ideas about how this might needs to be repackaged just a little bit. And not sure what your plans are for boating facilities. And for me, it really struck me where you gave a lot of information, but what I was missing at the very beginning is a map that showed where the other restroom facilities were located, where other access sites were located. And so there's a couple of things, and who uses which facilities. And so there's a couple of things that I think can be done to make this a stronger project and potentially eligible for this category. So we will be talking to you to help clean that up.
Perfect.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
We are ready to move to our next project. So I'm going to take the mouse away from Greg. Okay, now Greg, you can move your mouse without my interfering. And we are ready for the Port of ALEA. Who's presenting? Is that you, Lauren?
That's me, yes.
So Lauren, I am going to give you control of the mouse in just a second. And what I'm going to ask is, I'm going to ask that when you finish your presentation, just let go of the mouse, and then I can pull the mouse so I can facilitate the question and answer period.
Sounds good.
So just to make sure you have control of the mouse, I'm going to turn my camera off, and then I'm going to ask you to double click the mouse. Good job. And then you might want to use your arrow keys. And one of the things that people forget is there's a slight delay when the slides change. So you don't need to double click to get through your slides. Just click once to get to the next slide. I have my trusty little clock here. And to support our broadcast, you may begin.
All right, first off, I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to join me today to hear about the Port of ALEA's very important project to develop waterfront access improvements to existing port facilities. So let's jump right in. So to give you a brief summary here before I get into the details, the port is proposing to use ALEA grant funds to reconstruct their existing floating dock and to expand and improve on upland properties, including expanded parking area. So the port anticipates that this will be constructed in the summer of 2021, provided that funding can be secured. And they very much hope that funding can be secured, because otherwise they may run the danger of having to close this existing floating dock facility to the public. So for those of you who are not familiar with the area, ALEA is located west of Seattle across the Puget Sound between the cities of Bremerton and Silverdale. Looking at this aerial map here, you'll notice that there are 3 areas that are circled. These are the existing facilities and properties at the site, and they include the ALEA dock, the upland waterfront property immediately upland and adjacent, and across the street there's a future community center that's going to be developed as part of the port's broader vision, which I'll be discussing in the next slide. So this is the port's master plan, and what it includes is 4 primary components. First, the fishing dock, and then parking and upland improvements, transient moorage facilities, and finally a future community center. Now, drawing your attention to the waterward facilities, the existing recreational floats are visible in this aerial background, and those floats are at the end of their useful life, so they need to be removed and reconstructed. However, right now what they offer is moorage for both motorized and non-motorized vessels, as well as recreational waterborne activities. So there's a shared use occurring there. What the port proposes is to reconstruct the 2 elements you see depicted here, the fishing dock and transient moorage facilities, to split that shared use into dedicated zones. So you have the dedicated fishing dock and the dedicated motorized vessel moorage to address that need. So the transient moorage facilities will be separately funded and a different component as part of the port's master plan. Now, drawing your attention to the upland facilities, what the port intends to do here is to expand parking facilities and ADA access and pathways throughout the site. And the intention of these waterfront access improvements is to create a connectivity between everything that the port plans to do to really make this location shine. So we are requesting ALEA funds for the elements that are focused on non-motorized vessels and pedestrian-oriented access. So that's the fishing dock. And then we are asking for 50% prorated funds for parking and upland improvements because of the way that these facilities will be supplying parking for both transient moored facilities as well as ALEA users. So let me tell you a little bit about the scope of this project. This project addresses two primary purposes, both development and restoration or protection. So again, looking at the waterward facilities here, you'll notice a couple of things happening. The port is proposing to develop a new fishing dock, and this will reconstruct the existing overwater structures that currently do not conform with environmental standards. What I mean by that is they're solid overwater decking and supported by creosote piling. So this provides an opportunity to restore the habitat in this area and improve the configuration and use of the fishing dock use. Looking upland, the development that's being proposed here can generally be summarized as improved and expanded parking, as well as accessibility to the beach, to various facilities, including a new restroom. And one more thing to note on the upland facilities, the port is proposing additional restoration elements, including riparian plantings to enhance riparian habitat, as noted by that R symbol. And as shown by that little star, the development of improved access will allow people to visit the existing educational signage as well as the new signage that will be developed as part of this project. Looking up at the photos to your upper right, you'll see some pictures of the conditions at the site, which I will be explaining in more detail as we go forward. So there's a lot to absorb here. So let me tell you what the key elements of restoration are going to be occurring through this project. Looking at the waterward facilities, we have the existing fishing dock. Those are not conforming with current environmental standards, so they will be removed, which will remove creosote toxins from the piles and which will remove overwater shading, which is disrupting light passage currently. And this will allow the opportunity for more environmentally friendly materials. Additionally, along the shoreline there, we'll be planting riparian vegetation to enhance the habitat there. And then that little star will be providing access to educational signage so that the public can be educated about what exists and how this is a very critical marine habitat. And through this, we will be fulfilling the restoration goals to protect, to improve, and through the plantings, establish self-sustaining functions once again at the site. So how does this project fit with public access goals? It has a very, very strong case for public access, primarily because the facilities there already exist. They just need improvements to really make this area shine. So what doesn't exist is ADA accessibility. That will be created through this project. What does exist is the port and the pier and the docks, and these areas will be improved, as well as the waterfront property immediately upland and adjacent to allow for the expanded parking and improved accessibility. So environmental conditions, why is this needed? Why do we need to improve the habitat here? Well, because the existing facilities are causing harm. They have overwater shading and they have creosote piling, so the project will remove this. This will result in numerous benefits to the environment, including improving water quality, improving fish habitat, and through the additional elements that are being proposed for restoration under this project, those being the plantings and the pathways to educational signage, we will also improve water quality through those efforts, as well as protecting species by educating the public about what's there. So why is this needed from a demographic standpoint? So these areas, the Port of ALEA serves a primary area of Bremerton, and as well as the smaller community ALEA. So here we have a graph with the demographics for ALEA, but then we also provided the demographics for Bremerton. You'll see from this map, we have a 15-mile driving radius and locations of popular facilities that are similar to ours. Nearest to Bremerton, you see the Port of ALEA as well as the state park. So these two areas are servicing ALEA and the Bremerton area at large. And something of note within those demographics is these areas have a higher percentage of disabled population, and with no ADA access at the site, that's a need that we need to address. So what are the existing conditions as they relate to public access? Well, as you see from these pictures here, right now there are existing facilities. It's an existing public access point, but it has very poor access. This slope is very steep and not everyone can manage to go down it. The parking that's available is very limited. So we need to expand upon that to allow for greater usage and improvement of these facilities. If you look at this picture on your upper right, you'll note that there's a house, and this is the location of the upland waterfront property that the port acquired in 2011 because they recognized that it was an ideal location to expand and improve upon their area or their location there. So we will be renovating this location to have parking facilities and improved pathways. And of course, this project will be removing the floats and creating an improved configuration for the fishing dock. This project is supported by multiple plans. Specifically, it is mentioned within the port's 2020 comprehensive scheme as their #1 priority. It also meets the goals of the ALEA Community Plan and the Kitsap County Shoreline Master Program. So the community recognizes this as a strong need. We sent out a survey to members of the community to garner their feedback and to solicit their opinion on the improvements that we're proposing. And the response was over 100 surveys were collected, and 75% were in favor of improvements to the ALEA dock, and 88% were in favor of improvements to parking and expanded access. So that demonstrates the need that is called for from the community. This project is very suitable. Specifically as it relates to protection, I've already covered the recreational floats and their current condition. So there's an opportunity there to improve these existing facilities. We've also completed a no net loss analysis, and this project will result in a net habitat gain. And finally, this project's position nearby the ALEA Preserve and the state park demonstrates a community that very strongly supports the conservation efforts to hold on to the natural beauty of this area. As far as public access goes, the port and this particular location has been providing public access for a very long time, since 1916, and then the port was established in 1922 to manage the maintenance of these facilities. So there are existing facilities there, they just need to be improved upon to better serve the community. One of the questions that was asked is how we intend to address adverse impacts. Well, we fortuitously are above the predicted sea level based off of NOAA estimates. So that is something that will mitigate any adverse impacts as related to sea level rise. And then finally, I mentioned it once previously in the picture where you saw the house. The waterfront property was purchased specifically to provide the space needed so that we could improve access and make grade changes to create ADA accessibility and better parking areas. So this project and this particular spot is very popular. People love to come here to go crabbing or to kayak or go fishing. Squidding looked like a really fun thing to do. I've never done that before. And then other things that are really important about this area is it's central to the ALEA community. So it's a place for the community to come together and to enjoy the natural beauty of Port Orchard Bay, or to celebrate events such as ALEA Day. So I've told you a little bit about the need, and I've told you about the suitability of the site. Now let me tell you about design and why it's viable. The port has also already invested many years and effort and resources in making this project a success. The preliminary design has been completed, and we've also completed a no net loss analysis So we are confident in moving forward with the regulatory permitting for this project with Kitsap County and WDFW and the Corps, for example. And we will be submitting permit applications by August of 2020. The matching funds that are proposed for this project is a matching grant through WWRP, which we are concurrently pursuing right now, or port funds. And this is all to make construction in the summer of 2021 possible so that we can continue offering these uses to the public. So I've told you about the scope, and this is kind of reiterating that, but let me tell you a little bit more about the viability point of things, side of things. So reconstruction of the floats. Based off of the no net loss analysis we conducted, we believe that these floats can be reconstructed and they will result in a net habitat gain. Now, if you look at the picture here of that very steep slope parking lot, you wonder, well, how can you really get ADA through there? Well, the way to do that is the port had the foresight to purchase the waterfront property, which will allow the space for us to make grade changes so that these new improvements to accessibility can be made. So there will be ADA parking spaces as well as an ADA accessible restroom. And then there will be improved parking spaces, or excuse me, improved access to existing physical features, such as the launch ramp that currently exists on this waterfront property for non-motorized vessels, such as kayaks. So through the engineering, the port invested in the engineering proactively because they recognized the cost to benefit ratio of this project. So some of those cost efficiencies that are realized through this project is the port previously acquired the waterfront property. So that is already there. And then there are existing facilities that just need to be improved upon. So you're not starting from scratch. And then finally, the utility costs associated with stormwater can be reduced because the Kitsap County has expressed their excitement for this project, and they would be able to help out with stormwater costs and be able to, and also something that's going to occur is the establishment of a regional stormwater facility that will serve the area at large. So the port has spent many years planning and expanding and working towards a successful project, and they have a lot of support from both their community and a potential partnership with Kitsap County there. So I talk about community support. Let me tell you how we got community support, what our feedback mechanisms were. Well, we sent out surveys. We asked people, what do you think? Should this be done? And the response was overwhelming. We received over 100. And the majority of people in the community said, yes, we believe this will be a very good thing to do. We want this. And we did this through interviews, through the port's website, and open public meetings, as well as newspaper notices in a public hearing. So this is a very important project. And once again, I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I look forward to your feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren, for letting go of the mouse.
Sorry.
Lauren, there's a question for you that I think I need a little bit help understanding. What restoration are you doing that's above and beyond what would be required for these development improvements? Because what it looks like to me is this really looks like a public access project. And I know you're trying to respond to the criteria for protection and enhancement as well as public access. And I think what it really is a public access improvement. And so that may be something that we need to get together with your grants manager to talk a little bit more about.
And if I may, I know I'm not supposed to answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The question that we had, is it the opinion of the review team that this would be better represented as a public access project? Because that is its strongest point. However, we do have restoration elements. So which would be the better way to present this project and the benefits associated with it?
And I think that's the reason I'm raising the question is because while you have a few things that you're doing for restoration or habitat enhancement, they look like the kinds of things you would be required to do through your permitting and anybody would expect you to do versus this is really a very natural site and you're trying to restore a beach or something along those lines. So that's why I say I think we need to talk a little bit more about it. And so I'll get together with Kim and then I'm sure she'll have some more advice for you about what's the best place. And team members, this will be one of those questions as we end tomorrow that we want to make sure we've all talked a little bit more about. But I just wanted to kind of let you know that what I was hearing has a suggestion to me that this really is a public access project.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes.
And then can you refresh my memory? So the house is actually going to be taken down?
That's correct. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think I was remembering, and so the way you've presented, I think it addresses some of the questions that had come up before, because I think initially you folks were trying to figure out a reuse for the structure. And you've now concluded that the best thing to do is to just pull it out and make more of it open.
That's correct. Yes.
Good. Chris, actually, I think Dave is first. So Dave.
There we go. Lauren, good. I enjoyed a lot of your presentation, really good pace, clear descriptions in a lot of ways. One thing that you should know is that we're going to be hearing a bunch of presentations and we have our scoring criteria. And so if you organize your presentation for those exact scoring criteria, then it'll be easier for us to score, but you're actually going to get a better score. So if you go through and say, okay, I've got 2 slides with this criteria, what that'll do is that'll show you that, well, maybe I need to put some more emphasis on this criteria because I don't really have much there. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to be really a good help to you, just putting this presentation into the criteria and organize it that way. Marguerite took care of my other comment. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Chris.
Hello, great presentation. I just had a few comments, and these aren't in any particular order, but to kind of expand on what Marguerite was saying, I thought that the restoration issue is something that needs to be addressed in a more robust way if you're going to apply in that category. And if you don't, I think it would be beneficial for you, even if you're not including that with this project, to perhaps look at ways to move the parking back from the seawall a little bit to allow for it to happen in the future. And that may not be feasible with the grades and your budget, but just a suggestion. If you can demonstrate that you're allowing for that to happen in the future, that would be attractive. And then I'm wondering, the new fishing dock, I think it would be beneficial for you to discuss the intended uses of that fishing dock. You're labeling it. I guess I'm looking at your attachments and you're labeling it as a fishing dock. And I think it would be good to talk about what other uses might there be for that. Is that a spot where folks can launch a boat or swim off of, or if there are other uses for that, I think it would be good to emphasize that. And then along those lines, the existing concrete ramp that's in place, it looks like that's to remain. So I think talking about how that is used from a recreational standpoint would be beneficial. Really just kind of zeroing in on what kind of activities people are engaging in here. And then the building cost, or I'm sorry, the building demolition, I didn't see that specifically called out in your cost estimate. So just wanted to make sure you verify that that is included. And then lastly, I did mention the graphics that you have attached to your to your application are really quite good in terms of really detailing the scope of work for this project. So I would encourage you to use those in your presentation to really clarify what exactly you're going to do with the funding.
Thank you, Chris. Mike?
Yeah, great presentation, Lauren. Thank you. Yeah, I think my comments are pertaining to site suitability and the restoration that's been discussed. As Marguerite and Chris pointed out, looks to me like the bulkhead's going to remain in place. I would think, if you do go for the restoration category, you would score a little better if you were to remove that bulkhead and do some soft shore shoreline treatment. And that might, of course, cause you to design your parking, perhaps consider other locations for your parking, because the site suitability part of that is it's a very steep site and not highly suitable for parking. Is there a potential in the right of way or up in the future community center site to look at that? And I think with those elements, you would have a better, score better, especially in the restoration element.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Paul?
Hi, Lauren. Let's see, Marguerite, could you go back to slide 4, please?
I will.
Thank you. So one of the things I was struggling with at the beginning is it just really wasn't clear to me what is in this project and what's not. And so I found myself listening to you and reading the text and listening to you and reading the text. And it would just be easier if very visually, if I don't know if there's a way to highlight what's included and what's not, but there's a lot of information here. And just something particularly at the beginning of the presentation, when we're trying to get the flavor of what this is about, if you could be really clear, this is the project. And then, it's definitely good to reference the supporting other stuff, because that is good information for us to be aware of, but just distinctly knowing what the project is. And then related to that, like Marguerite's comment, I didn't realize that the house was there in that lower parking lot and then was going away until about 2/3 of the way through the project. And so I found myself, whereas if some of if the intro to it is currently here's the situation and here's what the project is, we'll be taking this out and turning it into this. It just might help us in terms of understanding what you're trying to do. I felt like, or I noticed that you didn't have the census tract data, which a lot of the projects actually haven't this round. But I know that information, if it's not included, will hurt you in terms of demonstrating the need. So that's a tool that your grant manager can help you with, just to make sure that it's shown when you come back for the final one. I thought you really told a good, compelling story when you showed the picture of the steep ramp and the ADA access. But then I wanted to see a design of what that ramp would look like. So, I was just kind of wondering. And then I worry a little bit too, those things can be costly at times. And so I guess I found myself kind of wanting a little bit more information about that ramp and how that's built in to the project and the project budget. And then the last thing, at the end, you referenced the Kitsap County providing stormwater infrastructure. I wasn't sure if that was in coordination with this project or if that's something separate. And if so, the money that they invest in that could be helpful in terms of demonstrating their support for the overall project and seeing the larger picture there. So those were just some of the things that jumped out at me, but very good project, very complete, and look forward to seeing you in September.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Jim. I know you're on the line, even though you were very quiet this time. Thank you so much, though, for presenting. I know there's some questions that we have for you, but just keep in mind the questions are all about trying to make sure we understand the project, the scope of work, and to get you in the category that's the best suited for what you're trying to do. So
Right.
thank you very much. We will see you in September.
All right. Thank you. See you then.
We are moving on to our next project, and a little bit busier community than the one we're leaving. So Bob,
Hi, Marguerite. Actually, I'll be taking the reins for this one. It's Galen.
oh, Galen, hi. Are you
Hey
going
there.
to be presenting this time around?
Yeah.
Awesome. So I am going to give you control.
Okay.
And if you recall, you want to double click after I let go. Don't. Thank you. And when you finish, just you can't hold on to it yet.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to stop my video. Now, Galen, why don't you double click and check and see?
Got it.
Awesome. And then you might want to introduce yourself, and then I've got the clock to start the time.
Great. Thanks so much, Marguerite. So my name's Galen Van Horn. I am the Grants and Contracts graduate intern with Seattle Parks and Recreation, and I'll be joined in my presentation by Toby Ressler, one of the project managers working on this project. And through the power of Zoom, I'm coming to you today from our project, the Terry Pettis Park. So I'm going to jump right in. We've got a fair amount of ground to cover today. The Terry Pettis Park is an exciting development and restoration project of Seattle Parks and Recreation. SPR is acquiring an adjacent waterfront property to expand the existing shoreline park. With the new acquisition of approximately 4,000 square feet, the expanded park will total approximately 125 feet of shoreline along Seattle's Lake Union. The project goals are to provide a variety of outdoor aquatic recreation experiences, connect to urban trails and bikeways, and provide ADA access for launching hand-carried watercraft, fishing, floats, and just general water access. The project will also include native habitat restoration and shoreline improvements. The site is currently in disrepair with a deteriorating dock, seating, and retaining walls, and is in need of line of sight safety improvements. So that's just kind of the quick, big overview, and we're going to advance now through our different sections. I think we will. Oh, there we go. So Terry Pettis Park is located in King County, Washington, in central Seattle. It's just west of I-5 and it is north of I-90. Park is located on Lake Union within the East Lake neighborhood of Seattle. So this neighborhood contains a diverse mix of residential and commercial uses, and it's a rapidly growing area with high demand for park resources and public access to the lake. So we see this project fitting in with the ALEA goals for both protection and enhancement and public access. I did just hear the last presentation. It sounds like we might be kind of also wondering about how best we fit in. But let's kind of go through our highlights of the protection enhancement fit. So while this project is not named in a RIA 8 conservation plan, as you can see on the slide, Terry Pettis Park will support the goal of restoring shallow water rearing and refuge habitat for salmon. The park is located in a Tier 1 priority area, as noted by the RIA 8 Chinook Salmon Conservation Plan 10-year update. So we do think that this is an area where we can do a lot of benefit. So as juvenile Chinook salmon in RIA 8 migrate downstream, they rely on the shallow water habitat along Lake Washington and Lake Union for food and safety as they progress toward a maturation in marine waters. So turning to the public access goals, this project will renovate and expand a popular water access and recreation site. The existing water access features at Terry Pettis Park have reached the end of their functional life. And further, the recent parcel acquisition will provide the opportunity to replace the failing dock with the only universally accessible public dock for hand carry boating on Lake Union. This project will also enhance the connectivity and public value of the Cheshuhood Loop Trail. This 6-mile multi-use trail, named after the chief of the Duwamish village on Lake Union, connects the public access points surrounding Lake Union, contributing to increased public awareness of aquatic lands as a finite natural resource with irreplaceable public benefits. So turning next to our overview of the public need and how this project addresses those needs. Our region has a dramatic need for to restore neglected nearshore ecosystems in support of our endangered species. Specifically, we need higher quality and quantity of refuge habitat that improves water quality and prey resources in support of Chinook salmon lake rearing and migration. With the, getting a little bit of a lag here. With the acquired parcel, which is the overgrown portion in the bottom right corner of the photo, this project will restore 125 feet of shoreline habitat. We'll adapt existing armored shoreline with green shoreline practices and replace invasive species with native and drought-tolerant shade trees, and the vegetation will support self-sustaining habitats. Our next need is improved water access for a growing population, given our expanding city and region. Within a 15-mile service area, Seattle Parks and Rec maintains 40 hand-carried boat launch facilities, but only 7 of those include docks. These hand-carried boat launch facilities not only serve Seattle's quickly growing 780,000 residents, but also serve additional regional visitors. Zooming into a 5-mile service area, we see that Seattle Parks and Rec maintains 23 hand-carry launch points, but only 6 include docks. Looking at Lake Union, there are 5 hand-carry boat launch points, and Terry Pettis offers one of just 2 docks on Lake Union. However, both these facilities currently require stair access, and therefore there are no universally accessible boat launch docks maintained by SPR on Lake Union. As mentioned before, the recent parcel acquisition will allow for a sloping topography conducive for wheelchair access to the Terry Pettis dock. The lack of accessible public access to Lake Union is compounded by the growing need for new development and population growth. Seattle has seen 28% population growth in recent years, with numerous additional housing developments currently underway in the area. In 2019, the East Lake neighborhood was upzoned, paving the way for increased development and higher population density. This will continue to increase the need for improved water access in this urban area. Looking at the existing Terry Pettis park conditions, we see a need for accessible, safe, and functional water access park features. The treated wood creosote pilings of this park were installed in the early 1970s when the Shoreline Pocket Park was developed. These wood features make up the bulk of the park structures, including the stairs, retaining walls, and access to the floating dock. All these features are in critical need of replacement, having reached the end of their useful life. Further, the existing layout creates hidden pockets that limit lines of sight from the street. You can see that on the left photo in areas like that I'm pointing to. These contribute to safety concerns and potential negative behavior, especially at night. So Terry Pettis Park is named and prioritized in Seattle Parks and Recreation's 2017 Parks and Open Space Plan. This plan included a survey of all Seattle parks or Seattle residents and asked about park spending priorities. Each of the top 4 spending priorities highlighted in the survey are addressed by the Terry Pettis renovation. These include spending on natural areas, small neighborhood parks, walking and jogging trails, and public beaches. The city, so the Terry Pettis Park is part of a network of connected public access points along Lake Union. And this has been collectively brought together as the Cheshire Hood Loop Trail. The City of Seattle and Seattle Parks Foundation created the Cheshire Hood Loop Trail with a vision to invite community use and enjoyment of the lake. The loop connects people to open space, connecting us to new and existing lakefront parks, and celebrates the lake's historic working waterfront and revealing the unique character and quality of the lake itself. The trail supports an annual 10K that held its 11th race in 2019 with over 1,600 registered participants. Terry Pettis Park lies in an area of Seattle that is typically seen as more affluent, which metrics on this slide largely confirm. The percentage of residents with disabilities and the mortality rate are both below state averages. The percentage of residents of color and body mass index for ages 16 to 19 are both comparable to the state average. Finally, while the median household income is higher than the state average, this is not the whole picture of this community. Given increasing income inequality in our communities, median income measures can obscure the level of financial need that many residents are experiencing. Looking at another common low-income measure, we find that 15% of the residents in the surrounding census tract are living below 200% of the federal poverty level. In 2020, this amounts to an annual income of just $52,400 for a family of 4. Toby?
Yeah, so we see this park as a opportunity for us to improve a condition that's in very poor condition. We also obtained additional parcel that's just adjacent to this one that you can see within this picture that's in overgrown and pretty poor condition. And we see a great opportunity to restore the shoreline with a more natural green shoreline combined with major access improvements and restoration. As mentioned earlier, most of the wood out there is completely kind of falling apart and a little bit torn up, and we need to provide better opportunities to get to the shoreline there. This will provide a better, will renovate site, provides an increased opportunity for water access, so we can do more hand carry crafts and also pedestrian connections to the water at this location. So going to the next picture. So yeah, here's another picture of the existing condition. You can see parcel 5 is the area, the number 5 is the area that we've obtained, but the existing 4, 1 and 3 is the existing park that's overgrown and has poor vision to the water. But we see this as a great opportunity to restore and enhance this area and expand upon it. So also there's currently no disabled parking, but looking at, let's go to the next one. Yeah, this is the design of the new park. So the design maximizes the value of expansion area, providing the most usable area in the uplands and on the beach. So that's 4 and 3 and 4. Also provides additional seating and hardscapes opportunities, natural vegetation, especially near the adjacent properties, and provides ecological functions and provide a greater sense of privacy and nature along that space. So a better connection to the water and better habitat along that edge. Obviously, the most expanded feature is the expanded beach. The width, slope, and the beach material will be designed to use the existing shoreline shape to protect against erosion while still providing an increase in area for riparian vegetation. The design also provides a barrier-free beach access. Additional features include formal seating and informal seating like steps and seawalls throughout the park, and a large lawn area. Views from the parks are preserved and enhanced by expansion of the park, and the open areas in the center of the park would preserve these views as trees and shrubs mature. There's also the ability for load and unload area with these parking spaces here for small craft vehicles to be brought to the water and be taken in, as well as some ADA picnicking areas as well. And also the ability from an ADA standpoint to travel all the way down to the beach's edge onto next to the water. So moving on. So we've done some initial outreach already with key stakeholders, and we've done this through our surveys and public Zoom processes during this time. We were able to reach a lot of our kind of friends with street ends, and reach out to other community people to get input to help us with define our ideas and priorities for the design of the project. So that's been good. We will continue to do this as part of this project by reaching out to additional stakeholders that are within the neighborhood listed here to help further our design and provide additional input and enable them to become a better part of the project as we move forward. Back to you, Galen.
Well, thanks, Toby. That actually concludes our presentation. So we're looking forward to your feedback, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Karen, we are going to start with you.
On an earlier collection of slides for this that we saw on Prism showed the boundary lines, and I actually had two thoughts about that. I'm wondering if the boundary adjustment has been completed and if that document will be included. And also from that slide, it looked as if there are 4 floating homes that are encroaching on city property. And I'm wondering if that's been addressed or if that's going to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, you have some thoughts?
Hello, hey Toby. Great presentation, guys. So I think it would be beneficial, like early on in your presentation, to show the existing parks parcel, the new parks parcel, and your design concept, or the schematic design. Show that early on to say, hey, here's what we have, here's the property we have, here's a new property we just got, and this is what we want to build, and then go into the details about, you know, everything else, all the other criteria. And then also, I noticed on the application attachments, it looks like there's 2 different design concepts attached. And the one that you actually showed in your presentation says it's an alternative design. So when you get to September, just make sure you're real clear on what the proposed plan is. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Chris. Paul, I think it's your turn.
Good presentation. Galen, I noticed about partway through, I think the backdrop in your picture is also the site location.
Right.
Smart. I like that. Very creative. So kudos to you on that one. And actually, I really like this design. The one that's up now really helped me understand what the project is. And I thought overall your presentation was very impressive and easy to follow and easy to understand. So thank you for putting that together. Just 2 really simple things. I was wondering, is this whole parking lot in the upper right section, is that supporting the park here or not? So I was curious about that, and you don't have to answer now, but might be worth considering. And that actually led me to a little bit of a larger question. It looked like in some of the other pictures, there was some commercial in the background. And I was just kind of curious how this water access fit in with the, you know, immediate areas around it and that sort of thing. So, you know, probably not a ton of time on it, but that was something I found myself wondering about, you know, how do people find it? Where does it fit and flow with the context of the area? But overall, great presentation.
Great, thanks.
Hey, Galen, just in terms of preparing for evaluation, please make sure that all of your criteria is numbered to match what's in the current policy manual. So you might have looked at an earlier version, but for us, community support is criteria number 10. And so that's why I say make sure you take a look at the latest version that's posted out on our website and make sure that it matches up. Because even if you are using one of the singular criteria, the number of the questions is different. So according to this, you should be answering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. And so we just want to make sure that matches up with what you are answering. The second thing is this plan is very good plan for telling what the scope of work is. And my suggestion is that should be right up front. So you want to do a little introduction to your project. And I couldn't recall, I remember seeing this picture and then you started in with where you are, but it wasn't until we're at the end of the project that we actually see what the scope of work is. So it's okay to use that same image early in the process, but if this is your title slide, then I would be showing, the next slide would be where you're located, and then the next slide should be what the scope of work is that people are going to be evaluating. And then when you jump into your criteria, everybody already kind of their minds are refreshed. And for those that are not here right now, they all know, oh, that's right, this is the project, this is what it's all about. And then as you walk folks through. Any other thoughts from team members? Mike, is your hand up because you have another comment?
I do have a comment. Yes, it's a quick one. Thank you for the presentation. Very, very cool looking design and nice project. I was wondering, and you had mentioned in your intro, you were not really sure about whether you fit into the restoration aspect of it. And one thing I was wondering about was you have the dock, but you also have the beach now, and I'm wondering, as much as I like the dock, one option might be could you not have the dock, just have your hand carry access directly from the beach, in which case you can have less overwater structure and more open views. Maybe it's a great issue. Also, if you do the dock, is it afloat? I think the lake fluctuates a bit, right? So I don't know if there's a float component to that.
Great, thank you, Mike. Those are good comments. And I think those are really important ones to help solidify what you really are doing in terms of restoration. And to me, when you're doing restoration, you're taking it above and beyond. This is what we need to do to mitigate or clean up our shoreline. And so that's the part that I think you folks will need to think a little bit about and talk about and before you come and prepare. And I'm sure Allison is willing to have those conversations to help you sort through and make sure you're in the best grouping for getting scored on this one. Thank you so much, Galen.
Yeah, thank you, Marguerite.
Bye, Bob.
Thank you, committee.
All right, we are now ready to move to our next project proposal, City of Edmonds. And I'm looking forward to seeing Angie. Angie, are you online or is someone else presenting this one?
I am here, Marguerite.
Oh, awesome.
As is Ashley. So.
Oh, hi, Ashley.
Hi.
I wasn't totally sure because sometimes we are ahead in one room and the other room, not so much. And then I thought, oh, I wonder if they're presenting in the other room. So
we're good. Ready
all
to
right. I'm going to take the mouse away from Galen. And I'm going to pass it to which one of you?
Ashley.
Okay, Ashley gets the mouse. I'm going to stop my video. Ashley, you want to double click to make sure you have control?
Yes, let me. Thinking. Yes.
Okay, and then just remember there's a slight delay on your end when it comes to changing the slides. I've reset both of my clocks.
And
so you may
mind muting me again? For some reason, the mute button disappears when I get the controls. Sorry.
Okay, Tessa is going to mute you.
Thank you.
All right. So Angie, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Angie Fesser, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Edmonds. Joining me today is Shannon Burley, Deputy Director, as well as Ashley Knapp, our consultant. I'm pleased to present our plans to renovate Marina Beach Park and daylight Willow Creek to connect people with the creek and Puget Sound while preserving the community's sense of place. This project meets both purposes of ALEA, protection and enhancement, as well as public access. City of Edmonds is located in southwest Snohomish County, and Marina Beach Park is a 4.9 acre park on Puget Sound, south of the Port of Edmonds Marina and the Edmonds Kingston Ferry Terminal. Our project will redevelop the park by restoring Willow Creek, providing water access for people and hand carry boats, scenic overlooks, interpretive signage and restrooms, and reconfiguring the pathways and parking. This project is part of a larger effort to daylight Willow Creek from its confluence with Puget Sound upstream to the Edmonds Marsh. Willow Creek has been significantly modified where it passes through private and commercial property, including the site before it was a park. As a result, the Edmonds Marsh, a 28-acre barrier estuary immediately adjacent to downtown Edmonds, is highly restricted from Puget Sound. This will also reestablish a barrier-free fish access to the marsh for the first time in 60 years. Since much of the creek's path is on private property, this park is the best site for public access and environmental education. Fits with protection goals. Willow Creek is a spring-fed freshwater creek with a 393-acre basin. It has a documented cutthroat trout population further south, and before being diverted underground, the stretch in the park was habitat for Chinook salmon. This project fits well with the ALEA protection goals by improving the ecological function of both Willow Creek and the Edmonds Marsh. Proposed restoration actions of the full project include daylighting the 2,008-foot meandering open tidal channel within the marsh through the park, including 362 linear feet within the park as a result of this project. Connecting the marsh and the park segments of Willow Creek will improve the overall natural hydrology and ecosystem functioning of the freshwater saltwater barrier estuary complex. The tidal regime will include daily tidal fluctuations within the park, the daylight channel, and the Edmonds Marsh. The ecosystem processes restored are saltwater tidal prism, fish passage access, tidal induation of 17 acres of the marsh. This will reestablish barrier-free fish access to the marsh for the first time in 6 decades. Research indicates that barrier estuary habitats, such as the marsh, are an important habitat type for Pacific juvenile Chinook salmon. Our research shows that it is highly likely that these juvenile salmon will access and use this restored nearshore outlet within the park and the marsh. Restoring this historic salmon habitat also benefits the Puget Sound southern resident orcas, which are federally listed as endangered. Chinook salmon form 80% of an orca's diet, and restoring the habitat increases the number of salmon for them. Once this natural historic connection is reestablished beginning at the park, it will be self-sustaining aquatic and riparian area. Native plants, including upland trees and shrubs along the top, and salt-tolerant shrubs, sedges, and grasses near the mean tide level will adorn the stream banks. As noted on the plan, the dog park at the south end and the playground in the center are outside the scope of this project. This project also fits with ALEA's public access goals by creating new access to both Willow Creek and improving existing access to Puget Sound within Marina Beach Park. By bringing the creek above ground and out of the pipe, we are creating an entirely new opportunity for people to experience a native salmon-bearing stream. Because the creek will be a tidal channel with flows up to 8 feet, it's not safe for boating. However, people will be able to enjoy the creek and stream banks along the adjacent soft surface walking trails and from 2 ADA accessible bridges overhead. The 2 crossings and access to both sides of the creek provide numerous viewpoints and varied experiences. Interpretive signage on both the ADA bridges and soft surface trails next to the creek will increase awareness of the restoration and its importance as a finite natural resource with irreplaceable public heritage. Signage will educate people about the creek's central role in reintroducing tidal flows to the Edmonds Marsh and reestablishing connectivity for juvenile salmon habitat. The park is the best opportunity for the public to enjoy and learn about the creek. Much of the creek's upstream path is on private property and thus inaccessible to the public. The existing boardwalk within the Edmonds Marsh does not come close enough to the site of the creek's outlet for the public to get more than a passing view. And the park's more active amenities like the playground and dog park draw a wider audience who may not necessarily be initially interested in visiting the marsh and wouldn't see the environmental information there. In addition, with the site's connection to Puget Sound, This will be the most scenic and awe-inspiring view. We are also renovating the uplands area to improve existing access to the more than 1,000 linear feet of Puget Sound Beach. The new hand-carried boat launch will be off the improved and expanded parking lot and next to the open lawn. The launch will be here instead of on the shore to facilitate boat staging on the open lawn, to protect the integrity of the beach and keep any development above the shore's high tide buffer. The boat launch will accommodate water activities, including kayaking, paddleboarding, windsurfing, and parasailing. The need for protection. The Edmonds Marsh is a remnant of a historical 80-acre barrier estuary. This ecological feature is especially rare among this 20-mile stretch of central Puget Sound Basin shoreline where our site is located. Restoration here supports habitat and salmon recovery on a regional scale. Historically, Willow Creek flowed through the marsh and park, but was piped underground in 1962 for the development of the Port of Edmonds Marina. Currently, the pipe and flap tide gate act as a near complete fish barrier. As the site of the marsh's future connection to the Sound, this project is a critical component of the Greater Edmonds Marsh Restoration Project. The park and the marsh restoration projects are Tier 1 priority in the WIRA 8 2020 4-year work plan, where the project significantly includes, quote, reconnecting and enhancing creek mouths, end quote. In fact, implementing the broader restoration project will achieve 50% of WIRA 8's 10-year nearshore habitat restoration goals. Both projects are in the WIRA 8 nearshore sub-area, which is a Tier 1 priority in the 2017 Chinook Salmon Conservation Plan. The 2018-2022 Puget Sound Partnerships Action Agenda calls for restoring tidal flooding to estuarine wetlands. It considers both projects a critical habitat for salmon projects because it is included in WIRA 8's work plan. Both projects also contribute to NOAA's 2008 recovery plan for the southern resident killer whales delisting goal of ensuring adequate habitat to support a recovered population of orcas, which includes enough prey species. Both projects meet restoration goals in our city's 2000 Shoreline Master Plan, which also named restoring Willow Creek to an open channel to protect freshwater and estuarine habitat. One significant impetus for this project is a seasonal flooding in downtown Edmonds, which, if left unmitigated, will worsen. The 2013 study of existing flooding in downtown evaluated the impacts of current and future king tide and storm surge flooding, accounting for increases in storm frequency and severity due to climate change. It found that the flooding was caused in part by the impacted hydrology of Willow Creek and another coastal stream that drains into the marsh. It identified a multi-pronged approach that included daylighting Willow Creek as a tidal channel from the Edmonds Marsh to Puget Sound as one solution. The city also conducted a sea level rise study in 2019 that projected a 2-feet rise in sea levels in the year 2100. Without this project and the broader Edmonds Marsh restoration, the sea level rise will continue to cause substantial additional flooding during king tides and storm surges to several Port of Edmonds and city waterfront areas. The need for public access. This project is named in the city's 2016 PROS plan. The shoreline use and access goals call for, quote, implementing the park's master plan to restore the hydrological and ecological connection of Marina Beach Park to the Edmonds Marsh, end quote. The park's 2015 master plan is an appendix to this PROS plan. With more than 1,000 linear feet of deep beach for water access, this park is central to Edmonds' waterfront identity. As such, revitalizing this park meets both the community's sustainability element and the downtown waterfront activity center goals in our 2016 comp plan. This park is considered a regional park. The 1/4-and-1/2-mile service area on the map on the left shows how pedestrian access is cut off by the railroad to the south and the steep topography immediately to the east. The park draws visitors from Edmonds and neighboring inland jurisdictions, including Linwood, Montlake Terrace, Esperance, and Woodway. Most nearby parks are inland, so do not offer beach and water access or even water views. Although Edmonds has other passive waterfront parks connected by the Marina Boardwalk shown here in red, none provide hand-carry boat access to the water or have salmon-bearing creeks connecting to Puget Sound. This is the only opportunity for active water recreation access and environmental education about unique fresh and saltwater estuary adjacent to a highly urban environment and walking distance from a downtown. This park has a regional draw beyond the immediate area census tract data, and that being said, our population is not necessarily underserved when compared with state averages, except when it comes to our disabled population. At 18%, it is 6% above the state's average, which is why providing accessible pathways to and over the daylighted salmon-bearing Willow Creek and throughout the park are important benefits of our project. Suitability for protection. Since Willow Creek was once a significant part of the park's ecological function, returning it to the surface is well suited for this site. The creek was diverted to an underground pipe in 1962 during the construction of the marina. During this time, Union Oil Company of California, Unicol, operated the Edmonds fuel station on site from 1923 to 1991. Contamination has since been removed from the site, and there's a chance there may be residual contamination resulting from historic operations, but this is being managed by the Department of Ecology. This is a unique opportunity to restore salmon habitat within the creek and the estuary. The creek's alignment through the park best replicates the historic path and is supported by the master plan for the park and early and final feasibility studies for the restoration. Plus, there is no other place along this immediate stretch of built-out shoreline to route the creek, especially with the railroad running along the south shore of the park. Daylighting the creek means the park will become functionally contiguous with the Edmonds Marsh, improving both of their ecological functions. Construction of this project and the Edmonds Marsh restoration are planned to occur concurrently. Suitability for public access. Since its creation in 2001, Marina Beach Park has been a popular destination for nature viewing, exploring on a large and interesting beach, taking in the incredible vistas, as well as parasailing, windsurfing, paddle boating, and off-leash dog activities. This park contains a significant amount of upland area, which makes it the most suitable to both active and passive recreation. The large lawn open area is ideal for staging paddlecraft, parasails, and windsurfing boards. We are expanding and improving support facilities of parking, pathways, and restrooms so that the park can be more effectively accommodate an increase in usage. The boat launch is off the roundabout instead of the beach to respect the natural shoreline, set development back from the high tide water line, and keep it adjacent to the open lawn for craft staging. This project responds to flooding within the park as well as downtown. The south parking lot and adjacent pathway, which are in the future path of Willow Creek, are prone to flooding due to lack of adequate stormwater management facilities. The expanded north parking lot, which does not flood, will treat on-site stormwater with catch basins, rain gardens, and related plantings like these. To eliminate possible flooding from extreme tides or storms, especially ones increasing severity as the climate changes, all development is set an additional 1.5 feet back from the 12-foot 100-year storm line along the waterfront, in addition to 50 feet back from the creek. Restoration, design, and viability. Daylighting Willow Creek through the park replaces the current 1,000 feet of pipe with 362 linear feet of open air tidal channel for salmon habitat, marsh restoration, and environmental education. Park design and marsh restoration design have occurred on a similar schedule to ensure that the project, constructed in tandem with the Edmonds Marsh restoration, will lead to a sustainable ecological functions of not just the park, but also the 28-acre marsh. The 2013 early and 2015 final feasibility studies for the marsh restoration looked at 3 potential locations for Willow Creek. The preferred alignment is within the park. The design incorporates these studies and fish habitat, sea level rise studies, and the conceptual design of the broader restoration project. These studies give us high confidence in the certainty of this project's success. Our cost estimates come directly from the landscape architect of the project. The creek alignment through the park was selected from 3 options. The 2015 master plan included 2 discarded options. The first on the left with a hard turn that would likely cause high sedimentation from the sound. The middle one that required significant park space. And then the preferred alignment, the one on the far right. This path aligns with an existing culvert under the railroad bridge as well. The City Public Works and Parks Departments will be responsible for park maintenance and the daylight restoration channel. City has a long history of large-scale beach cleanup volunteer parties, as well as working with community partners of local environmental organizations, such as the Edmonds Beach Watchers, Edmonds Stewards, Save Our Marsh, and Earth Corps for stewardship. We will continue to conduct volunteer projects and work with these groups to maintain the restoration installation. Development, design, and viability. The design naturalizes the site and improves drainage while increasing functionality and support amenity. As mentioned, the creek's alignment allows for the retention of most of the park, including the open lawn and ADA pathways and 4 significant overlooks. It also maintains, I am missing a page, one moment. Found it. It also maintains separation between the off-leash dog area and the rest of the park, as many people requested, and will replace a parking lot that frequently floods. The north parking lot will be reconfigured to maintain the 58 regular and 4 ADA spots, though it does result in losing 16 gravel overflow spots that regularly flood. This is offset with 103 overflow spots in the port located on adjacent property. A roundabout will lessen congestion with a dedicated place for turnarounds, drop-offs, school buses and vans, and hand-carried watercraft drop-off. The 2 entry plazas at both ends of the parking lot will now provide permanent restrooms to address the public's wish for such. The ADA walking paths will connect with the existing port boardwalk. The open lawn will be regraded to reduce the slope for watercraft staging and better seating and gathering options. The 3 new overlooks and 1 renovated overlook each offer varying stunning views across the Puget Sound to the north, west, and south, and provide ample seating. Environmental education is a large part of this project. Interpretive signage will explain the specific function and benefit of Willow Creek, namely the reintroduction of tidal flows to the marsh and connectivity for non-natal juvenile salmon habitat. Signs can be both on both of the ADA bridges and the soft surface trails next to the creek, be suitable for all ages. Community support. The basis for this design is preferred alternative in the 2015 master plan, which is directly derived from an inclusive community process lasting almost a year. There are 3 open houses with more than 170 attendees, an online survey, an advisory committee. The most common requests were for the parking lot consolidation and roundabout boat drop-off, multiple lookouts, and maintaining the separation between the off-leash area and the rest of the park, which the creek does nicely. 2016 PROS plan comprehensive public engagement effort included advisory team and 3 drop-in focus groups, tabling at various events, online and telephone surveys, and 2 public workshops. This project is supported by Off Leash Area Edmonds, a volunteer-run nonprofit. Daylighting the creek will shrink the footprint of the dog park, and this group was heavily involved with the park design and supports the decision. The broader marsh restoration project is popular and people are eager to see progress. The city has spent 8 years conducting community outreach for the marsh restoration project, resulting in broad support throughout the community, including support of many elected officials on the council, port commission, and even state legislature. In 2008, this project spurred the community to create a grassroots group called Save Our Marsh to generate public awareness and advocate for marsh restoration. In 2013, the local high school formed a club called Students Saving Salmon and began partnering with a resident retired NOAA fisheries biologist to annually monitor water quality of the creek and marsh. Together, the group successfully lobbied council to create a tax-deductible donation account that citizens can contribute. The other local community groups that actively support the project include the Kiwanis Club, League of Women Voters, as well as the Sierra Club local chapter. So that concludes our presentation, and thank you. We're eager to hear any feedback or questions.
You were pushing the edge.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You did fine. Questions or comments? Let's go, Carrie.
Nice job. It's great to see you guys bring this project forward. It's been a long time coming. Did an awesome job in the presentation. I'm excited to see it in front of us today. I had just one brief comment, and that was, you know, in your schematics and in your graphics, one thing that I didn't see that I think might make it really powerful is a picture of your current conditions, because the restoration and redevelopment of this park is huge and it really reconfigures it quite a bit. And so even just to show the committee your current picture of how it doesn't have as much plants, materials, or the creek or the water flow, or even the buffer zone for the shoreline is encroached upon by walkways and parking lots. And so it just would enhance your argument for the restoration part quite a bit. So nice job. Great to see you.
Yeah.
Love the project.
Thank you, Carrie. Ethan?
Hi, Angie.
Hi.
Hi. One question I had was, you talked a bit about daylighting the creek, and I wondered if this was the remaining section to be daylighted, or if any further sections would still be daylighted. Sounds like it might be the whole thing, but maybe just clarifying that. And then you also had mentioned that I believe the marsh is tidal, but you mentioned that there wouldn't be boating opportunities back in there, and I didn't know why that would be. Maybe it's the bridge for the railroad crossing or whatnot, but maybe just clarify that. Otherwise, great.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments? Dave?
Hi, great presentation. I really enjoyed it. These, I was listening to your presentation. These little pocket estuaries have very unique plant communities, and I was just hoping that I would hear more about planting some native species that are associated with these communities. It's really, really valuable for environmental education. They've declined dramatically in Puget Sound, and there are very few places left to see a lot of these plants. So I think circling back and looking at the native community and seeing what might be available to plant there in and around the bridges or someplace where people can see them would be extremely valuable and would add to that restoration. Of course, your goal in the restoration, you're talking about salmon, but you know, this is a very unique part of Puget Sound, these little estuaries. So they do have unique communities, and it would be nice to hear that goal of that vegetation coming through as well.
Thank you, David. That's a very good comment. Paul?
Just had to say hi to Angie. Excellent presentation and really cool project. Marguerite, could you jump to slide 22? I had a similar kind of question in my head that Ethan did, and I'm wondering on this slide if it could be cleared up here. Where you see kind of the blue line on the, I think it's on the other side of the railroad tracks in between the marsh and then the project site. I guess I was wondering what that, is that daylighted now or is that underground? And so that was something that it was really clear to me what was happening at the park location, but then I was wondering what that connection looked like connecting to the marsh, because that seemed like a critical component. And then the only other one I had was related to the car underwater was really compelling with sea level rise. Definitely piqued my interest. I wasn't sure, is that like across the street from the park, and is that something that would be prevented from the park? So if there's a way to correlate, to show kind of that connection or correlate, where the flooding happens and how this project could take away some of that water. So, but man, fantastic presentation and really cool project.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Chris, you have some thoughts?
Yes, hi, great presentation, and much of what I was going to say has already been said. I was going to mention the daylighting, section, and where does that fit into is that part of the marsh restoration project, or is that a third project? So if you could clarify that. And then there was a slide that you had, I'm sorry, I wasn't zoomed at the right level to see the number, but it was, you had the service area, like 1/4 mile and a 1/2 mile range with other park sites, and yeah, that was it. That the colors being all green on that it was really hard to read. So if you could update that, it would probably tell a little bit better story just in terms of what you're trying to tell there. And then I'm not sure if it's part of the project or not, but you talked a lot about the creek restoration. But if there's anything you're doing to address nearshore habitat along the Puget Sound portion of the site, or maybe that is already in fairly good condition, it looks like it might be. If you could speak to that just in terms of the holistic restoration perspective on that project, but otherwise, really good.
Any last minute thoughts or comments from the team? Well, thank you very much, Angie.
Thank you.
And thank
Thanks to
you,
the committee.
Ashley. We look forward to seeing you both in September.
Thanks.
Team members, this is your time to get up and away from your computer screens. Look at the greenery outside or the water in your backyard, whatever scenic views you have, and refresh yourselves. We start up again at 3:30. Hi, Mary.
Hi, I'm in an outdoor setting and there's a waterfall next to me. So I was hoping that you could hear me and that this site would work as long as it's not too distracting.
I don't hear the water.
Huh?
I don't hear the water.
Oh, good. Okay. Hi, Paul. I'm on vacation. And so I had to come find a spot where could find Wi-Fi. And so I'm sitting outside so I don't bother anybody, but I was just hoping I'm loud. So I was hoping that would work. So you think that'll work?
I think it works just fine. You're focused on your device, so we hear your voice good, and so it should be fine.
Okay, that's great.
Are you on a laptop?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I just wanted to know what device you were using, because it's easier to do the mouse if you're on a laptop. People with the iPad or phone have a harder time, so.
Yeah, I was, and I forgot my phone, so I was thinking if I needed an SOS, I'm really in trouble, but no, I think this will work. I have my laptop, so whenever you're ready to get us organized, I'll double check and make sure we're ready to go, but I think we'll be okay. As long as you could hear me, I didn't want it to be.
No, you're coming through just fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll be back at 3:30, I guess.
Okay, a half hour, all right.
Yeah, I should have told them that much time. I just looked at my schedule because I'm always shortchanging them. So I might check back around 3:15 and see how many are actually there.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
No worries, I'll just stay here and feel nauseous.
And just hang out. Where are you?
I'm at Alderbrook on Hood Canal. So, yeah, so we have a place on the North Shore. And so we were either going to go to Starbucks, which doesn't allow you to sit inside. So I was trying to figure out if I could get it from the parking lot. And then we had plenty of time. So I thought, oh, I'm sure they have Wi-Fi here. So they do. And it's strong enough. So.
Yeah, you're coming through just fine.
Okay.
All right, back to you in a little bit.
All right. Thanks, Marguerite. I'll just hang out here and wait.
All right. Bye-bye.
we might get inside there. Might know. I mean, we might get one of them. Oh no.
Mary, it's nothing but a party around here.
It looks like you're having a dance party. I love it.
Every day. I trust everybody is arriving back to their stations for the last 3 projects of the day. And I'm just giving a few seconds for those that are going to slide into their places right at the very time. So Mary, if you remember, I'm going to give you the mouse here in a moment after I turn off my camera. And then if you double click and just make sure you have control, and then you can go. And when you finish, just let go.
Okay.
Okay, so I am going to choose you, and I'm going to stop my video if I can here. Okay. And now why don't you check and make sure you still have control?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
I've got my timer set and you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good, I could say good morning, but it's afternoon. Hi, I'm Mary Dodsworth from the city of Lakewood, and I'm going to share our plans to make park and public access improvements on important aquatic lands at American Lake Park. American Lake Park is a 5.5-acre park outlined in orange with upland play spaces and viewing areas, 450 feet of freshwater shoreline, and it also includes a boat launch. This project will expand and improve 3 of the 5-acre site, and that's the areas outlined in red. By completing this project, American Lake Park will continue to be an important community asset, providing a place where visitors can play, exercise, gather, and enjoy the outdoors. So where is Lakewood? Lakewood is a city of 60,000 people located in Western Washington between Seattle and Olympia. The city of Lakewood is surrounded by the cities of Tacoma, University Place, and Steilacoom, as well as areas of unincorporated Pierce County. We're located along the I-5 corridor and adjacent to Camp Murray and Joint Base Lewis McChord and the American Lake VA Hospital. When Lakewood incorporated, it was 95% built out, so the city has worked hard to update, expand, and improve our park system to serve the growing population. American Lake Park is located in the southwest section of Lakewood and identified on the map by this red star. Question number 2, public access goals. This question asks, how well does this project enhance, improve, or protect aquatic lands? When completed, this site will provide new opportunities for people to get to the water and access aquatic resources for recreational purposes. We will use interpretive signs and educational events to share the history and heritage of the area. We will increase the public's awareness of aquatic lands as a finite natural resource and how it fits within the bigger ecological picture. We will address deficiencies to public access and improve existing facilities. We will integrate public access in a way that is compatible with the physical features of the site and minimize impacts to the environment. We're very excited to create public access for all, as this will allow people of all ages and abilities to get to the shoreline to swim and play or launch their non-motorized watercraft. Our renovations will improve existing facilities and add new park amenities. And this project will provide new ways to educate the public. So how do you tell your story when you don't have staff or experts on site all the time? With signage and current technology, we'll be able to create new interpretive signs and use QR codes or other ways to link visitors to videos and websites, which can tell them what's the water temperature today, or what bird am I seeing out on the lake, or important watershed information. And we can also share the history of the park. And finally, question number 2 asks us, what are the environmental benefits of this project? We are going to protect our tree canopy at this site. We're going to renovate the park, which is much less invasive and impactful than starting from scratch. We're going to continue to educate and remove Eurasian milfoil and other invasive plants and make it easier to use non-motorized watercraft to provide new ways to make social connections. Oh, where did my project go? Okay, let's get to slide number 10. Okay, question number 4, public need. Here's another view of American Lake Park on a map showing in green the other park locations in Lakewood. The name Lakewood implies a city of lakes, and that's true. However, there's very little public access to most of the freshwater lakes in our community. Some of the other lakes may have a space to stand and view the water, but American Lake with the red star and Harry Todd Park across the lake encircled are the only two public parks with public access to a freshwater shoreline with swim beaches, public docks, and park amenities. So why is American Lake so important? It's the largest lake in our service area. Okay. There we go. It's the largest lake in our service area and the second largest lake in Pierce County. It's a very deep lake and a very productive fishing area. At 1,125 acres in size, this lake provides year-round fishing, recreational boating, and water sports. And when you're on the lake, it provides opportunities to view historic estates and even a castle, as well as eagles, heron, and other wildlife. American Lake Park hosts a number of events each year to include boat races, concerts, and fishing derbies. We've always wanted to include the folks from the VA hospital in our fishing events, but it's too difficult to get them to the shoreline. The site is used as a neighborhood park year-round, but once the sun comes out, American Lake is a regional facility. The lake is heavily used by people from all around Pierce County, as well as Thurston and South King County. There's approximately 3,000 boat launches a year from this site, and in July and August last year, our police department did over 100 safety checks at the boat launch, and 84% of the boaters were from outside of Lakewood. So about 5,700 people live in the neighborhood, but the people using our park are not the waterfront homeowners nearby. We are a very diverse community, and compared to state averages, the people living in this area are below the state's median for household income. We have a higher than average disabled population, and our BMIs are higher in this area, which is indicative of chronic disease and probably accounts for a higher than average mortality rate. A current study by the Tacoma Pierce County Health Department said that based on the poverty levels in this area, the people living here could live 10 to 20 years less than higher income areas. That's why it's so important to have free, accessible, and safe places for our community to gather and play. The people in this area need opportunities to make positive choices, which can create a better quality of life. So our plan is to make improvements to both the upland and the waterfront areas. So this area up here is the uplands. You can see it's got open space and picnic areas. And then here's the shoreline. And you'll know there's a set of stairs here, and we'll talk about that in just a second. So how do you get from this upper area to the shoreline? Well, there's two ways to get down to the swim area. It's either following the steep path, which doesn't meet accessibility and also drops off at the end, or you can take this steep set of stairs right down here along this retaining wall. And also located on the raised terrace is these benches, which are not accessible. So it makes it really hard for disabled youth to participate in fishing events or older adults to access the shoreline. As you can see, ADA access to the water is a big public need in Lakewood. We also have aging infrastructure. This 30-year-old restroom is hard to access. It's had several interior modifications to meet current building codes, and the size of the structure blocks the view from the park of the lake and when you enter this site. Also, the one picnic shelter on this site is connected to the restroom, so activities occurring in there are hidden from view from the parking lot, which can create some safety issues. And it also means that everyone going to and from the bathroom walks right through or near your event. The rock wall along the side of the park, which supports the upland areas, and the bulkhead supporting the ADA accessible boat launch docks are both degraded and need repairs. And finally, public need asks if this proposed improvement meets all of the goals in other planning documents. As you can see, this project supports all the goals in our local plans, which include our parks plan, our capital improvement plan, shoreline plan, and comp plan, as well as planning goals in our regional planning documents, and of course, the state score. But they all say the same thing. We need more access to the water. We need to get people outside. We need to create safe, healthy spaces that are accessible and meet the changing needs of the cultural needs of our community. Question number 6, site suitability. Is the site well suited for the intended use? The site historically was used for various purposes. Prior to statehood, Native Americans and indigenous people hunted and gathered in this area. Over time, the area around the lake was developed with private homes, historic estates, and summer cabins, all of which have reduced public access to the water. This specific site was previously home to a seaplane base and is now a public park and boat launch. This site is highly suited as a public park as it provides active and passive open spaces, viewing areas, and direct access to a freshwater shoreline. The park and site amenities will allow the public to take part in many recreational purposes to include swimming, fishing, boating, viewing nature, exploring, social gathering. We will ensure that any new development does not degrade or result in a loss of shoreline or ecological functions or further degrade the shoreline values. development, design, and viability. The question first asks, how can we address the needs I shared earlier? By updating American Lake Park, we will improve the physical and recreational assets of the park. We're going to address recreational deficiencies. We're going to generate more positive use of the park, which can reduce crime and increase the safety of park users. We're going to spur increased physical activity, which can reduce stress, relieve depression and obesity rates, allow people of all ages and ability to get to the water. We will create places to help families engage with one another, build cultural awareness, develop social relationships, and have a greater sense of community. Lakewood's worked really hard to create more equitable access to parks since incorporation as a city. This project would significantly help advance this work by providing individuals a close at home, quality opportunity to recreate and experience the benefits of American Lake Park and the aquatic lands. Certainly individuals from further away and throughout the region will come to this park once we make the improvements, and that can generate income and economic impact for the small businesses in our commercial nearby areas. So what do we plan to do? The areas outlined in red are the areas that we plan to improve. And there's 4 major components to this project. We have our entry area, we have the viewing area, we have the shoreline access, and then finally the boat launch and beach access upgrades. So to start with our entry plaza, we'll create a much larger accessible entry plaza from the parking lot. We'll replace and move the existing restroom and provide a new access point from the boat launch to the restroom. It's over on this side over here. We will open up the entry area and provide better flow of pedestrian traffic and create new view corridors to the lake and eliminate unsafe conditions, which will provide a better family-friendly environment. American Lake has old growth fir trees and a grove of Gary oaks that will be protected during construction to maintain a healthy forest canopy. These trees produce oxygen, intercept airborne particles, act as natural air conditioners, and filter and retain water. A new individual style unit restroom structure will support special needs patrons, genders of all types, mothers and fathers using the restroom with children, and can easily take care of their family needs. This building will also include storage for our maintenance crews. The city is dedicated to use best practices when maintaining property near the shoreline. In the viewing area, we will add a picnic shelter and benches to support community gathering and to take advantage of the amazing views from this site. New interpretive signage will tell the park stories, and we will improve the stairway down to the water. The highlight of this project is the ADA accessible pathway to the waterfront that will also allow access across the frontage of the shoreline and allow everyone, regardless of their mobility, to get to the water. And finally, we will repair the rock wall and retaining walls to shore up the park and create a new access point down here from the boat launch to make it easier to launch non-motorized craft. And also for those folks coming up to the boat launch, they can get into the park and safely get up to the restroom a lot easier. The entire project will provide more recreation, education, and access for all. Project support. The city used input from various engagement events to craft this project to help meet community needs. We were fortunate that at the same time we were developing the American Lake Master Plan, we were also working on our PROS plan update. We call that the Legacy Plan. The city spent over a year engaging community members through open houses, focus groups, stakeholder meetings, and surveys and pop-up events. By far, the greatest need we heard was for more public access to the water. In total, the city's engagement efforts resulted in over 1,300 unique comments from 937 community members. Here's just a couple letters of support and some logos from our more supportive community groups. And then also the City of Lakewood has a culture of collaboration and partnership, and we're always looking for ways to take advantage of other projects occurring in the area so we can coordinate work and get a bigger bang for our park buck. Examples include developing a lake management district recently so we can treat the shoreline for the uranium oil, which makes our water clearer and the swim area safer. The fire department does an annual underwater shoreline cleanup to make sure the boat launch and the swim areas are safe. We're working with our public works department and coordinating with a road project happening in the area. And the city's going to be adding sidewalks and access points all around the park, as well as replacing our parking lot and adding parking capacity at this site. And we'll be receiving a $4,000 grant to use this language, "Live like the mountain is out," to pretty up that long, ugly retaining wall. So as you can see from the views from this site, it's an appropriate message to share with our park visitors. So to close, we believe that this project will be a community catalyst, encouraging neighborhood revitalization, social connections, and promote healthy shoreline choices. Improvements will extend the life of this site for future generations. We hope you're as excited about this project as our community is, and you'll help us make this project a reality. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Mary. Questions and comments from the team? Suggestions or recommendations? Carrie, go right ahead.
Hi, Mary. That was fantastic. What a great presentation. I loved how you just followed all the criteria. It makes it easy for us to score you and make sure that you're following the criteria, and fantastic. I have no suggestions. You did a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carrie. David.
Hi, I thought it was a really great presentation too. I thought you did a great job. If you have any more time in your presentation, I don't know if you used all your time, but if you didn't, kind of maybe some of the special stories at American Lake, maybe telling us a little bit more about those. They went by really fast. And so some of those things that, you think are important and unique about American Lake, maybe spend a little bit of time with them to slow down a little bit, tell us more about those, give us that perspective of this unique place. But otherwise, that's just really good presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
David, she's on vacation, so she's trying to conserve her vacation time.
Super dedicated employee, right?
There you go. Paul, did you want to say something to Mary?
Yeah, I was just going to say actually, I agree with everyone. It was almost a flawless, pleasant presentation. And actually the design, I thought, would be a really good example for other projects. I love how she broke it into the 4 different elements. It made it really easy to understand. And then she kind of walked us through those things. I just thought that some of our other projects that we've seen today, the designs have been hard to fully understand. And I appreciated the way it was laid out, and would convey that to you, Marguerite.
Good. Great, thank you. Chris, do you have some thoughts for Mary?
Yeah, just real brief. I agree it was a good presentation. So just some minor thoughts. I was just trying to understand the design for the viewing area down lower, and whether or not you're reusing some of the existing retaining walls. So maybe a cross-section view through there, like existing and proposed, could be helpful, just to kind of help us visualize what that's going to look like. And I was mostly thinking about it like in the context of your cost estimate, and trying to think about, do you have enough in there for what you're trying to do? And so any more design details you develop between now and September would be great to show.
Yeah. Just as a note, what we're kind of hoping to do, we're planning to get rid of that lower retaining wall so we can get the slope that we need, and then also allow access straight all the way across. It's accessible all the way over to that boat launch side. So we want to make the whole shoreline, and then getting a ramp down to the water. So folks that have some mobility issues will be able to get not only to view the water, but actually be able to get in the water. And then that also makes it accessible for like non-motorized, like kayaks or something like that, to be able to get them launched without having to go through a swim area.
Okay.
We'll provide some more clarification. That's great.
I did notice on your cost estimate, you had a line item for breakwater development, and I'm not sure where that is on the project and whether that's just the new retaining wall, but I wasn't sure if there was more shoreline work associated with this than what's shown on the drawing. So it'd be good to clarify that just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions or comments? Mary, the place where you're putting in the float right here?
Yeah, it's not a float, it's a ramp. It's a concrete ramp.
Oh yeah, your ramp.
Yeah.
Is that parallel to the, okay.
Yeah, currently there's a big fence here for the boat launch, and this is an ADA accessible boat launch ramp, and then this is sort of like the day use that people come in. So we're making all of that accessible from the beach to that, so that it's safer for folks having to walk up through the middle of a a boat launch to get, you know, up to the bathrooms if they have to go, so to speak. So we're making that more accessible and safer.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, even though you are supposed to be on your leisure. And
I'm happy to do it. I appreciate the feedback, everybody. Thank you very much.
all right, we will see you in September.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Next project proposal is for Mary, let go of the mouse.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, now you can move yours. I've got control of this one again. Okay, Matson. Who is here to present for that one? Is it Robin?
Yep, that's me, and I've got my dad here again.
Oh, good. Hi, Robin and Dad. It's good to see you two.
Good afternoon.
I know we are a little bit early today, but it looks like Brian is on, so I think we're all here. And I'm going to give mouse control, since you're in the same space. So if I give it to Robin, Dad, are you responsible?
Some say I'm not. I was gonna say that's questionable.
I just remember the other day you got in trouble.
I am a button pusher.
Hopefully today will be better. All right, all right. And so you might want to double click just to make sure you have control. Okay, then see, can you go forward? Can you go backwards? All right, so far so good. All right, I've reset the clock, so you may begin.
All right. Hi, we're with the Manson Park and Recreation District, and we're here to talk about the old swim hole acquisition and development project. My name is Robin Pittman, and this is our board chairman and my dad, Rob Campbell. Manson is located in eastern Washington, approximately 1 hour from Wenatchee and 3.5 hours from Seattle. The old swim hole is an off-leash dog park and swim area located on the main road through downtown Manson. It is in an area on Lake Chelan known as Manson Bay. It neighbors Manson Bay Park, a popular destination for visitors and locals alike. This map shows Manson and the 8 properties currently owned or leased by Manson Parks. Old Swim Hole is circled in red. This property is currently owned by the Lake Chelan Reclamation District, leased by the Chelan County PUD, and operated and maintained by Manson Parks under an interlocal agreement. The PUD does not accept RCO grants on their property due to their Federal Energy Regulatory Commission licensing agreement, or FERC. Because of this, Manson Parks, the Reclamation District, and the PUD are actively discussing ending the PUD's involvement with the land. The Reclamation District has expressed their interest to transfer ownership to Manson Parks as they are not in the park business themselves. They want the land to remain in public hands, and it's clear that this arrangement would significantly benefit the public. There we go. Due to severe erosion and a failing seawall at the park, we have closed Old Swim Hole indefinitely. This means several things for our community. First, recreation is negatively impacted. There are only a few locations where people can swim, and this closure has further reduced that. The only safe off-leash dog park has been taken out of commission, meaning that many people are either not getting out to recreate, or they are taking their pets to places not designated to handle the effect of their canine companions. The second impact is that of the erosion. Not only are we losing public land at a high rate of speed, but any erosion impacts the water quality of Lake Chelan. Most of Manson is old orchard land, and when it erodes, chemicals and nutrients from the soil are deposited in the lake. Phosphorus is one nutrient monitored by the Lake Chelan Research Institute and Keep It Blue Lake Chelan. This nutrient builds up and can cause harm to fish and aquatic organisms by diminishing the amount of available oxygen. When we are finally able to renovate this property, many new opportunities for recreation will be created. The new design shown here would add green space and safe water access for swimmers and their furry friends. It would create a designated area for non-motorized watercraft, safer parking, and ADA access. The elevation of the property lies several feet above the high water line, and the county road which borders the park is several feet above that. By lowering the elevation of a few key points and creating a boardwalk, we will be able to enhance access to the water for people of all abilities. It will also allow a majority of the shoreline to become usable water access, significantly increasing the percentage of waterfront available to our patrons. Lake Chelan Research Institute frequently partners with us, so this could become another access site for water quality sampling as well. Of the mere 2,768 linear feet of public shoreline in Manson, 4% is used as boat launches, 24% is dedicated for swimming, and a whopping 72% is inaccessible shoreline, mostly riprap. The need for our community's residents to secure additional public access is clear and is echoed statewide. This has been identified as a priority in many local and state documents. The Manson Parks 2018 Comprehensive Plan lists access and stewardship as the key objective. There are 6 goals of the Parks and Recreation element of the 2017 to 2037 Chelan County Comprehensive Plan. This project satisfies each of them, including encouraging open space and public land use, and development and maintenance of recreation facilities and opportunities. Washington State is well known for its support of securing public lands as identified in the 2018 to 2022 Washington State Recreation and Conservation Plan. Manson Parks conducts surveys each year in which Manson residents are asked about our parks. In the 2018 Manson Parks Fall Survey, 71% of respondents wanted to see Manson Parks pursue water access improvements. One person wrote about Old Swim Hole. In general, the off-leash dog park could use a facelift. It's a great spot and a lot of people use it with and without dogs. Another patron mentioned in 2019, it's wonderful that we have a dog park. The access to the water is very difficult for those dogs who cannot jump directly in the lake from the bulkhead. An easier access would be nice, like a boat ramp style access, also making it easier for the owners to participate with the dogs. Once the water level comes up in the summer, there are fewer dogs able to use the park. In the 2019 Manson Parks Fall Survey, Old Swim Hole was identified by the community as being the biggest priority in terms of erosion control. To build a better picture of the facilities we maintain and how Old Swim Hole fits into the picture, I'll take a moment to go over our parks. Leffler Field is a newly acquired property strongly fought for by the people of Manson. Willow Point is a steep hillside park located outside the downtown corridor, which also provides green space and water access for swimming. Next. Manson Bay Marina provides recreational boating opportunities, and Manson Bay Park offers a lifeguarded swim area and a small green space. Old Mill Park is the boat launch facility serving recreational boaters. It also has a small day use area. It is arguably the nicest launch in Eastern Washington and is highly used. Singleton provides baseball fields, soccer fields, and a playground. It is currently undergoing a playground renovation project, which will bring the valley's first inclusive playground. And finally, Wapato Lake Campground is for paid guests only, and it offers RV and tent campsites and a small swimming area. Collectively, our facilities serve a wide variety of uses, but there is a significant gap between provided services and needed services. As you can see by the 2 right-hand columns, if the property is improved, it has the potential to substantially increase the opportunity for recreation in Manson. Our community is lacking swimming areas, especially when the high number of tourists is factored in during the summer months. We are also in need of parks with ADA access, trails, and adequate parking. There is currently no designated area for non-motorized water sports, and with the increasing popularity of paddle boards and kayaks, this is something that seems minor, but will impact a significant number of people. The town of Manson has been identified as having an underserved population. Racially, it is comprised of approximately 61% white and 39% Hispanic and other races. It appears that Manson is becoming increasingly diverse as the years go by. We have a tight-knit community which strongly supports both schools and parks. While support is strong, funding can be a challenge. The median household income is $55,342, well below the state's average of 70,979. The body mass index here is also higher than the state average, further proving that additional recreation spaces are a necessity. This site lends itself very well to the proposed improvements. From the existing flat street level section ideal for vehicle parking to the swimming area's gradually sloped elevation, we have done what we can to fit the design to the existing topography. We are hoping that we will be permitted to fill some of the land which has been lost over time, but also understand the challenges that can go along with that goal. This property is very narrow and really will not be well suited for many other uses than what we've proposed. We are excited to have the opportunity to take a challenging site and turn it into something that will benefit our community for years to come. Historically, this site has been used by the public for many purposes. It was used as a marina and later a swimming pool, where many of our residents still remember getting their first swim lessons. This is also how the property came to be called the Old Swim Hole. It has served as a ferry dock, as shown in this picture from 1910, and most recently has served as a park for dogs and their people. By now, I hope I've started to show you why this project can't wait. The park is shut down and this land is leaving us. I'm willing to bet that if we aren't able to secure the funding within 2 years, this won't be a park problem anymore. I'm confident that this will be in the hands of the Chelan County Public Works when the park is gone and it begins to erode the main thoroughfare through downtown Manson. This RCO grant is our best bet at securing the funding we need to save the Old Swim Hole. The PUD is working to get out of their current lease with the Reclamation District, and the Rec District has already said that they are just not in the park business. They have expressed their desire to shift the property into the hands of Manson Parks, and we are ready to do what's necessary to make this happen. If Manson Parks does not take ownership, the chances of the property being lost forever are very high. It just makes sense, and now is the time. We have trained park staff who would be thrilled to maintain the new and improved facility, and maintenance costs would be relatively low. We will not have restrooms to clean because restrooms are available next door at Manson Bay Park. We already include basic maintenance costs for this property into our operating budget. The future looks good for this park regarding land use and zoning. To one side, the land is PUD-owned public park, which is operated and maintained by Manson Parks. The two parks will be connected with a walking trail, so there will not be a gap or concern of conflicting land use in that area. To another side is county right-of-way and road, and another is the lake. The neighboring property on the final side is privately owned. We have already had discussions with the owners about collaborating on the project so that they can potentially replace the seawall on their portion of the property at the same time. This project does a wonderful job of addressing our community's public access needs, which were shown previously in these diagrams. We need more shoreline access. We need better ADA access. Everyone should be able to go to the lake on a hot day. We also need improved vehicle and pedestrian access to increase the safety of our visitors. When the solution to these public needs also addresses the environmental impact of the site's erosion, it's a win-win. Old Swim Hole is currently inaccessible to everyone. When it was open, the stairs at the entrance immediately disqualified anyone with a mobility-related disability from enjoying the park. Our proposed design includes ramp access to the water and trails and a boardwalk, which will be graded according to ADA guidelines. The construction process required to achieve these goals may be slightly impactful to the environment, but the impact of not doing the project has an even bigger lasting impression. The small areas of green space we plan to install will help with runoff, further protecting the water quality of Lake Chelan. Once we have done our part to protect our local resources, we plan to communicate the same message to our park patrons. An informational sign like the one shown here will be mounted on the railing at the viewing area at road level. This is the area most likely to see high numbers of people passing through as they take in the scenery of our valley. We feel that the impact of this location will best share our intended message. Local partners such as the Lake Chelan Research Institute will prove vital when designing the sign. Our community has been very vocal about their desire to see this property improved. From phone calls to board meetings to public surveys, there have been no shortage of opportunities for comments. This project is specifically mentioned in our own comp plan, as well as the comp plan of Chelan County. It is part of the larger Manson Bay Revitalization Project, which has been on our community's mind for years. The fact that the current property owners have been so supportive of Manson Parks taking over ownership of the property speaks volumes about our community, our partnerships, and the project itself. And thank you very much for your time today and for caring about our state's parks. Any questions or comments?
Questions from the team? By the way, Robin, very nice job of presenting that.
Oh, thank you, Marguerite.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Hi, Robin. Great to see you. Nice job on the presentation.
Oh, thank you.
I have just a couple suggestions that might make your presentation a little bit more clear, and get ready for the September presentations. One is that you had on slides 13, 14, 15, and 16, you did a run through of your current parks. You had pictures of them and you talked about the amenities. And I'm wondering if it might be a little bit more clear if you could just show a map of the area of where those parks are, so we can see kind of how they relate to the swimming hole and how where they are in proximity to be able to determine, you know, what the access to parks from your residents.
Sure.
You could just show a map with, you know, dots where those are and a list of amenities that they provide if they're not duplicative, but they're complementary to what you're trying to do at the old swimming hole. The other question I had is you referenced the dog park down at the old swim hole quite a bit, but then when you showed the site plan, I didn't see it. So I wasn't understanding, or just a bit confused, that in the new site plan and when you restore that site, does the dog park go away, or is it still there and it's part of the park? And so I just didn't understand the relationship of the dog park to the current site, the proposed site plan.
Okay.
And then the other quick question, I was looking at your application as well, and you have donated land / property interest as your match breakdown of 200,000, but then it looks like the actual land value is 268. Is that because the reclamation district is going to sell it to you for 68,000, or I didn't understand that kind of breakdown of the match, or what the property donation was for your match.
So Carrie,
Okay, so I just need to get more
right,
clear on that.
right beside where you see the word cost estimate,
yeah,
there's something that says details.
Oh yeah, I see the details.
So click on it.
Yep, got it.
So for anybody else, just a reminder that gives you the breakdown. Yep. So it's the incidental cost, the fencing, the survey, and so on.
So the land is being donated from the reclamation district, and that's your match. So that makes it clear. Thank you. Okay. That's all I have. Nice job, Robin.
Perfect. Thank you.
So this is a question for you, Robin, about the district. What kind of district is it?
We are a special purpose district.
Okay, so we just want to double check a couple of things to make sure. And I'm thinking that Brian may have already looked this up to make sure it meets the criteria for when somebody else is giving you property and donating property, whether it's classified as a donation. So we do want to take a look at that, make sure all of that is right. Ethan, you have a question or thought?
Yeah, just a quick thought. Carrie already talked about what might be happening with the dog park, or if it's going away. But one question I had was, you referenced I believe it was the Manson Bay Park, or a park right adjacent to this. It would be nice to kind of see what amenities and features it has. I believe you said it had restrooms and whatnot. So it's nice to know what complements this site in this project. And also, I believe in the schematic you had for the design, it had some swimming features, and I think it would be just good to talk about when we're bringing people into the water for swimming, what kind of safety elements we might have, whether it's going to be lifeguarded or designed with a shallow slope, or what the plan is for that.
Sure, thank you.
Great. Mike.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. It's looks like an opportunity to save a popular waterfront property for the residents.
Yes.
I wonder when you were just talking about the need, and there's certainly a lot of support for this project, but it's such a tricky looking site. I wonder if it's really a developable property. So if you weren't, for example, to be able to maintain it now in public ownership, what would really be the risk of it being lost from public ownership? And I think also part of the fact that it's such a tricky site, it's a lot of grade change and it's very narrow. The ADA access goal, I just,
Mike, your voice
how
is
that will
breaking up
look
a
and,
little.
okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So say that
I
again.
wonder if, okay, I'm just wondering because of the trickiness with the site, the steepness and the narrowness, if how the ADA element will work. And also wondering along those lines, if there's opportunity for access from the adjacent park, if your site is just too restrictive to gain ADA access, maybe there's a partnership opportunity there that element could serve just to save you some space and cost potentially.
Yeah, and that's definitely our plan, is to connect the two parks and use that extra space to get that grade concern taken care of. So we'll try to express that a little bit better.
Thank you, Mike. Paul?
Hi there. Good presentation. Just real quick, I agree with a lot of the other comments that have been made, but also you talked a little bit about kind of the diversity of the community, but there's also a census tract tool that shows some other elements of need. And so having that information, incorporating that into your presentation will help us score it. Not having it in there would hurt you probably. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Chris, did you have some comments to add?
Yes. So just a quick clarification thing to look at. I was looking at the two attachments to the application, and there's one that shows a parcel boundary, and then there's another that shows the proposed improvements. And it looks like the proposed improvements actually stretch across two parcels. And then the parcel that's highlighted, which I assume is the one you are getting as a donation, looks like it doesn't quite go all the way to the shoreline for its entire length. So it would be valuable to overlay the property boundary on top of your proposed site plan. And just, we're going to want to confirm that all the proposed improvements are actually on public property, and there may be intricacies to, if some of the improvements are on the donated parcel and some are on an existing parcel. I'm not sure what if any implications there might be from RCO rules and regs, but we want to understand.
They just have to provide tenure for both pieces of property. Right. And so thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And hopefully Brian is making notes about this as well. Okay, Carrie and Ethan, did you have something else that you wanted to add? Or are you just, thank you very much? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for your time.
We will see you in September.
All right, sounds good.
Bye, Dad. Okay, team members, we're going to stay on the east side of the state and see if Spokane disputes her statement that they had the best waterfront. Okay, so Christopher, are you there?
I am. I'm here. Yep.
Oh yeah, I see you there. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. I'm going to take the mouse away from Robin and I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to turn off my video. And now I'm going to ask if you will double just to make sure you have control. Good job. And see if you can go forward and backwards. Awesome. I am resetting my clocks. And you may begin.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to be here today and to present. My name's Chris Crone. I'm a landscape architect with Spokane County Parks, and this is ALEA project number 20-1474, Liberty Lake Regional Park Phase 1 water access. So we are requesting grant funding of $500,000 from ALEA. Our matching funds consist of $950,000 WWRP water access grant that we're currently applying for, as well as a $450,000 local appropriation. In total, the project budget is $1.9 million. Spokane County, shown here with yellow infill, is on the dry side of the state, and our project site is indicated by the orange star along the eastern edge of Spokane County and the state. The outer white circle here reflects a 30-mile radius from our site, and the inner circle reflects a 15-mile radius. As you can see, the 30-mile radius fully encompasses this entire Spokane and Coeur d'Alene metro area, which has a combined estimated population of about 500,000 people. Liberty Lake sits just south of I-90 and is virtually centered between downtown Spokane and Coeur d'Alene, about 15 miles from each. Liberty Lake Regional Park is located at the southeastern end of the lake. There we go. The park and connected conservation areas include over 5,000 acres of mostly wooded area, making it one of the largest county parks in the state. 20 acres are improved near the lake, which is where this project is focused. South of the lake, hills rise sharply to the west and east, fronting Liberty Creek, ranging in elevation from about 2,100 feet at lake level to areas in excess of 4,700 feet at nearby Micah Peak. The park also features a large wetland, 125 linear feet of beach shoreline, irrigated lawn and picnic areas, picnic shelters, an ORV park, extensive trail network, campground and backcountry camping, a boardwalk, and a diverse mixed conifer forest featuring ponderosa pine, Doug fir, hemlock, larch, and cedar. In 2018, Spokane County completed a master plan for the park, which identified a phased approach for renovation with a focus on 5 sub-areas of the park. Those areas include the main entry and parking, waterfront, wetland access, campgrounds, and backcountry access. Through an extensive public engagement process, the preferred design scenario was titled Urban Retreat Natural Showcase. So this project focuses on the waterfront area and incorporates some elements of the main entry and parking improvements. Here, the orange line indicates the boundary of our proposed project. Liberty Lake Regional Park is rapidly growing in popularity. As you can see, since 2013, visitation has doubled. This trend reinforces the need to make improvements to the aging facilities. So question 2 is fit with public access goals. The beach area currently offers no ADA access and is difficult to launch small watercraft due to non-existent vehicle access to the beach. This project will introduce much needed accessibility improvements, including paved pathways, ADA parking close by to the beach, a new ADA compliant restroom, and accessible kayak launch with ADA transfer bench. The proposed load and unload area will provide a convenient drop-off and pickup location, and interpretive signage will help educate visitors about the sensitive nature and value of wetlands adjacent to the beach. Large groups commonly use the beach area for special events and general water access. This photo shows a polar plunge event in the winter. So the new expanded multi-use dock system would include an ADA kayak launch with transfer bench and 8-foot wide floats. Its orientation relative to the beach will define the swimming area and keep swimmers safe from boat traffic and fishing. The new dedicated and accessible fishing platform on the dock will provide expanded opportunities for anglers to access the water. Question 4, need for public access. Within 15 miles of our site, there are other water access sites available to the public. In Washington, Newman Lake offers WDFW fishing dock and boat launch, as well as hike-in access to the water via McKenzie Conservation Area. The Spokane River, Hauser Lake, and Lake Coeur d'Alene also offer water access sites, but ADA facilities are generally limited. This project's proposed ADA improvements, including pathways, restroom, fishing dock, and accessible kayak launch, would make it one of the most accessible beach areas in the region. The Spokane County Shoreline Master Program identifies Liberty Lake shoreline in need of restoration due to continued development pressure. As outlined in the Shoreline Master Program, public education is essential to help show shoreline owners and the general public the significance of shoreline stewardship. Interpretive signage included in this project will help accomplish this goal. EWU, which is about 35 miles away from the site, has developed a pool-based adaptive paddling program, but they've been unable to expand to outdoor experiences due to the lack of facilities. This project would introduce those opportunities. This project is specifically identified in both the current Spokane County Parks 6-year capital facilities program, as well as the Liberty Lake Regional Park Master Plan, which was adopted in 2018. Interpretive signage will be installed, helping to educate visitors on the importance of protecting the sensitive aquatic lands. Oops. There we go. Initially developed in the early 1970s, the park's original improvements remain substantially intact, and after nearly 50 years are in need of renovation or replacement. The aging beach area restroom would be replaced with an ADA compliant CXT restroom building with 4 individual restrooms, each with its own shower. The 125-foot lineal access or lineal feet of beach access shoreline at Liberty Lake Regional Park is the only public beach on Liberty Lake. WDFW operates a boat launch and shoreline fishing platform at the north end of the lake, but parking there is limited and there is no beach. The other approximately 4.4 miles of shoreline are privately held or otherwise inaccessible by the public. Question 6, suitability for public access. Looking back at the history of the site, early fur traders told stories of Coeur d'Alene Indians holding horse races on the shores of Liberty Lake as far back as 1850. In 1896, a private tent-style resort opened near our project site that featured a store, restaurant, dance pavilion, and boat shuttle between the resort and the North Shore. Then in 1966, the Miller Ranch was purchased by Spokane County using county funds along with state and federal funding through the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Total price tag was $240,000, which in 2020 dollars equates to about 1.9 million. Current use of the park includes hiking, mountain biking, trail running, equestrian activities, tent, RV, cabin, and backcountry camping, swimming, sand volleyball, fishing, kayaking, canoeing, stand-up paddle boarding, bird and wildlife viewing, group events like weddings, and educational activities like field trips. Traditional docks like the existing one at Liberty Lake Regional Park can negatively impact fish life by shading the water surface. In response, the proposed dock has been designed to incorporate functional grading as the walking surface with 46% open area. This material exceeds guidelines set forth by the Army Corps of Engineers, is ADA compliant, will allow sunlight to pass through the dock surface, and is very durable, which will translate to a final product that will hold up to the high volume of visitors and require less upkeep over time. Bioswales and rain gardens will provide that for stormwater treatment, and the new restroom building will include auto flush valves and electric hand dryers, which will reduce water use, paper product consumption, and waste at the site. Native plants like ponderosa pine and serviceberry will be used, which will provide excellent cover, nesting sites, and food sources for many types of birds and forest animals. Flowers on serviceberry and shrubby penstemon will also help support pollinator habitat. Question 9, development, design, and viability. Here's another perspective of Liberty Lake, looking south over the lake. You can see the residential development surrounding the lake. So here, our proposal includes modifications to the park entrance with automated ticket entry and dual exit lanes, addition of new parking stalls along the beach access road, paved ADA access pathways, stormwater improvements, load unload area, beach area ADA parking, overhead picnic shelter, the new CXT flush toilet building with showers, 3 small shade structures, and the new and expanded dock. Here's a perspective of the proposed beach area improvements. The new picnic shelter will provide much needed shade at the beach area and provide room for large groups next to the water. The Navajo style CXT allows each restroom to be independently closed for cleaning, leaving the others available for use. We've also budgeted for the PEX plumbing upgrade, which would keep all copper pipe out of the building, which would help reduce ongoing maintenance and repair costs. Liberty Creek, which is the main tributary to Liberty Lake, empties into a 155-acre wetland directly adjacent to the beach area. This proximity creates excellent educational opportunities, and county parks will work in coordination with Liberty Lake Sewer and Water District to develop interpretive signage. Question 10, community support. Separate from the public support expressed during the master planning process, we have also received letters of support from the City of Liberty Lake, Spokane City Parks and Rec, EWU, Team River Runner, WDFW, and the Spokane Canoe and Kayak Club. During the master plan process, public input was gathered via stakeholder interviews, project website, email communication, pop-up studio events, a public workshop, and a public rollout event. The public consistently mentioned the need to improve the beach area and dock, including additional shade, improve parking and accessing the park, and providing better water access. The master plan was adopted in August 21st of 2018. And that is my last slide. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments from the team? By the way, Christopher, I thought this was a very nice photo. I'm glad you had this in your presentation to give that more of a landscape view of what you're proposing. And that kind of helped me to understand. And this is actually the loading area.
Correct. That's kind of a turnaround area with, there's going to be some ADA parking in that area as well.
So is this a caretaker residence?
That is a home that was built on the property a long time ago. It's owned by the county and it's currently rented out, but as part of the master plan envisioned that home to be transformed into sort of a rental shop and a storage area, but that would be a future phase of the project. So.
And when you say rental shop, are you talking about like a concession for kayaks or small watercraft? Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
That's helpful. Thank you. Mike.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation. And I like your design. I really love these graphics. They're some of the nicest graphics I've seen.
Thanks.
I would say, and I think you addressed the ADA. I think ADA seems to be a big part of your project, and I think you addressed that well. I was wondering, a lot of the need pertains to the what seems to be overcrowding now, and you just appreciate a little more clarity on the amount of parking that you're providing, that type of thing, just to see if you're how you're accommodating that increased visitorship.
Okay, you bet. So the total number of parking spaces will be 30 stalls will be added as part of this project. another sort of expansion element to it is there's currently a fence that sort of divides the beach area from the rental house that Marguerite mentioned. And so that fence as part of this project would be removed. And so that turnaround area, the load unload area is currently not available to the public because it's sort of part of this rental house lease. So that would be an expansion and to help reduce some of the crowding issues as well.
And by the way, one of the other things that stood out at me was the separation of the swim area from the little moorage area from the fishing area. I think that's sometimes it's more of a challenge for folks to recognize how separate those need to be in order to be able to manage your recreation area better. So I think that was another good element of the design. Any last comments or suggestions? Chris?
Hi, great presentation. Just one quick thought. This is kind of a minor thing, but I noticed there didn't appear to be an accessible route to the picnic shade shelters shown on the plan, the sail structures, the 10 by 10s. And maybe it's just not shown on the drawing or something you could think about as a revision to the design. Other than that, it looks great.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Carrie?
Nice job, Christopher. Great presentation. I just had a couple minor things. One was on slide 7. If we want to go back there, you had a lot of little tiny pictures on that slide, and it was really busy, and I couldn't see them. And so I was like trying to focus on them, and it just was almost too much for that. I know that probably took a while to put together too, but it just was a bit distracting. And then I just had a question to clarify on the ticket entry. You had said you're making improvements to the entry, and you're going to have a ticketed entry. Is that just for capacity, or are you actually charging to get into the park?
We currently charge a $2 per person parking fee, and that is in response to capacity issues. And so this would, one of the problems that I understand we have at operating the facility is there's a ticket booth that somebody stands at right now and collects money as people come in. And cars start to back up because that process takes sometimes a while to get through. And so this proposed ticketed entry would be the kind where you press a button and get a ticket on your way in, and then you actually would pay on the way out. So that's kind of the thought process.
Okay. And Marguerite, is that eligible, or is that kind of raises a little yellow flag for me, but I could be totally off base.
So you can have ticket booths or things like that because we have them at most of our state parks.
Okay.
So I think they can justify. The question will be what the piece of equipment they're using, because like we do pay stations at boat launches and so on. So I think the question will be what they're using, and depending on what they're using, then we'll figure out whether that specific cost is eligible. But yes, you can have a access gate or something like that, and we paid for those kind of stations before.
Okay, great, thanks.
Christopher, the way this has a project like a phase 1 boundary. Is this part a part of the park?
That is. So
it looks like a parking lot that sits outside of your phase 1.
It is. That is actually the main parking lot that we're hoping to include in a future application. It's a gravel lot right now with limited improvements. Although it is somewhat functional just as a flat parking area, the main issue that we were looking at was really the ADA access and that there is a dirt trail to the beach. And so the new paved beach road would sort of eventually tie into the gravel lot there. But
so is that this road coming through here?
Correct. Yep.
And so where do people park? So you're putting in the gate.
Correct. So the yellow line is the the public right of way coming down.
This over here?
Yes, and so at the end of that, that's basically where the gate would be. And there, yes, right there.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the questions would be, so if you're coming through this gate, where are you going to park? And you don't have to address this now,
Sure.
but the reason why this raises a question for me is that we will require like a project area boundary. And when you're doing the boundary, it needs to be a viable, usable unit. So if we are doing the improvements here, we want to see the parking that goes with those improvements. So even if you're not renovating it or whatever, you might not ever come back to us for grants, but we never want to build something that's isolated. And so what we always look for is, where do people park? How do they get to, or where do they get to the bathroom? Are there access routes as well as the recreation facility? So that might be something that you want to spend a little time talking to your grants manager about, so we make sure we have a good solid unit. And I totally understand the accessible parking is included, but I realized that down here it was like beach and swim areas. So then I'm kind of like, okay, so where are the people parking? And we don't want them to be parking outside of what would be considered our regular project boundary. So it's just something to have a conversation with Allison about, and she can help you work out those details.
Okay.
Any last comments or recommendations? Well, thank you very much, Christopher, for coming early.
Thank you for
I'm
having
going
me.
to escape and take the mouse back from you. So now if you need to use your mouse, you can, and we won't be fighting over it. Team members, I'm just going to ask you to stand by for just a moment. And I just want to say to all of those of you who have been watching online, you have just watched us do with our first day of technical reviews for the Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account Grant Program. We will be back tomorrow morning at 9 to finish reviewing projects that are competing for funding for this upcoming biennium. I hope you have a pleasant evening. Good night.